Hello.
And welcome to those online. And so look forward to having a great city council meeting tonight. And I see some unfamiliar faces in the audience and some familiar faces. So thank you for joining us all this evening. As we begin each of our city council meetings, we have the privilege of opening in prayer. And we've asked Deborah Curry to come join us this evening and open us in prayer. Deborah, thank you so much for being here tonight. And thank you for the ongoing prayers you have for our community.
Thankful for the benefit, for the blessing of living in this community and in this country. We thank you so much for the time, the effort, the hard work, the blood and the sweat and the tears that people have put into establishing both our community and our country. Father, we thank you for Nampa, that we have been established on principles that are biblical. We thank you for our country for the same reason. We know, Father, that we have fallen short of those ideals on more than one occasion and in ways that sometimes have been very, very egregious. But we are thankful that they are still there, the principles that we can look to, that we can use to guide us and to mold our lives. I pray tonight especially for the employees of the city, that you would bless them in all of their efforts. I pray tonight too, Father, for each council person, for the mayor, for the efforts and the work that they put forth. I just pray that you would give them wisdom, your understanding, and the decisions that they need to make, for they impact so many people. I just pray your blessings on them tonight, Father, and help the discussions to go well. And now, Father, in all ways, we honor you, we thank you, and we ask these things in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Let's do the pledge. Deborah, I forgot to ask. Nope, I forgot to ask you. So,
do you want me to?
Go for it.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
To
United States of
the United
America
States of
and
America
to the republic
and to
for
the
which it
republic for
stands,
which it
one
stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, and liberty
indivisible,
and
and
justice for all.
Thank you. Begin with roll call. And Sandy Levi, I don't know if Sandy's on. She maybe wasn't going to make it this evening, and I can't see if she's on or not. Thank you.
Rodriguez? Here. Turner? Here. Mucci?
Here.
Levi? Haverfield? Here. And Bauer? Here.
So proposed amendments to the agenda, it's come to my attention that we've been asked to remove item 5.7, which was the 2019 amendment to the fiscal year 2019 transportation plan. So that will be coming forward at a later time. So at that, I'm not aware of any other amendments to the agenda. Council, are you aware of any other changes or amendments? Okay, if seeing none, I would stand for a motion to approve our consent agenda with the amendment.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Turner?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
And Haverfield?
Yes.
So the next item on the agenda is proclamations, and we have three different proclamations this evening. I'm going to start with the proclamation for the Federal Fair Housing Act. And while I'm reading the proclamation, Matt, if you'd like to come forward, please feel free to do so. Whereas April 2021 marks the 53rd anniversary of the passage of Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, popularly known as the Federal Fair Housing Act. The Idaho Human Rights Commission Act has prohibited discrimination in housing since 1969. And whereas the Commission promotes equality of opportunity for all, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, disability, financial status, or national origin, is a fundamental goal of our nation, state, and city. Equal access to housing is an important and as fundamental as the right to equal education. And whereas housing choice impacts our children's access to education, our ability to seek and retain employment options, and the cultural benefits we enjoy. Only through continued cooperation, commitment, and support of all Idahoans can barriers to fair housing be removed. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, here do proclaim the month of April 2021 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Nampa, and I encourage all the citizens of Nampa to support and endorse the practice of fair housing. Matt, I want to thank you for the work that you do, managing our CDBG grant process and working with so many homeowners. So thank you for your work, and I'll let you speak.
Thank you, Mayor Kling, Council. Yeah, it's an important month for us. It's one of the big focuses of course CDBG funding is related to housing. The thing that's unique about this year's proclamation is we are actively working on our analysis of impediments to fair housing. It's a required report that we will submit with our consolidated plan next year. It will be a document that will sort of live and breathe for 5 years along with our con plan, and anyone applying for tax credits or anybody that wanting to get funding from us, or they will actually, some of the entities they're asking for money for will ask for our AI plan to see that we're doing what we can to break down barriers to fair housing. So it's a really critical document, not only for us to show HUD that we're doing a good job and stewards of their money, but also for other people that are doing work around the communities to be able to show that they're working with communities that are doing just that. So the other thing I'll mention is this is the first year we're working across the Treasure Valley for this analysis. So we're working with Boise, Meridian, and Caldwell to try to identify those barriers to fair housing that are, because in many ways they're some ways unique to all of us, the same issues as far as price, as far as access, those types of issues. So we're looking at it from a Treasure Valley perspective, and then scaled back to our individual communities at the end. So hopefully it will, so far the people participating in all of our analysis have welcomed the open and communication between all the communities for this particular round. So we find it to be very helpful, and I'm super excited to see what we get out of the analysis this year. So
Thank
that's
you
it.
for your work. Are there any questions? You go.
Awesome.
Matt, thank you. It's extremely important, especially now, with housing rates at what they are.
Thank you for
Thank you.
claiming.
Thank you. Our next proclamation is, and Adam, you're welcome to come forward as I read this proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas the holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with a planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. That's why it's so pretty to drive through Nebraska. It's good. Whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, lowering our heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable source, giving up paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. Whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. Whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim April 28th, 2021 in the City of Nampa as Arbor Day. I urge all of our citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Further, I urge citizens to plant and care for trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. Adam, thank you for joining us, and thank you for the work you do in ensuring that we are a city full of trees.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Kling and Council, for being supportive and encouraging this wonderful day. And we're very proud. This is our 22nd year with the City of Nampa as being an Arbor Day, or as Tree City USA, and that's a designation recognized by the Arbor Day Foundation. And they were gracious enough last year and this year due to COVID to waive the celebration and not require it to maintain the designation, but we chose to do the celebration last year anyway. We were fortunate enough to have Councilwoman Mutchie to be there to read the proclamation, and we had some children from the rec center help us plant the trees. We're gonna do the same thing this year just to maintain some distancing and try to adhere to the guidelines, but we felt like it was important to celebrate the day and encourage our youth and to recognize that trees are important and we need them and spread them to the community.
That's awesome, and thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
We have one more proclamation this evening, and this is a long one, of which I apologize, but then again, I don't apologize because I think it's important. And I think I'll just read it, and then we'll go from there if there's any further comments. But this is a proclamation proclaiming Nampa as a community of unity. Whereas our nation is experiencing relational, political, and racial tensions. Whereas from the foundation of our nation, and as stated in the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas we believe, as our National Pledge of Allegiance states, that we are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Whereas the community of Nampa has a long-standing foundation of faith in God, that He is a God that loves every person and teaches us that we are all created in His image and that we are to treat one another with dignity and respect. Whereas the city of Nampa's vision is to be a caring community where people live, work, play, worship, and raise their families. And whereas the city of Nampa is a community where neighbors help neighbors, where we care for each other, and the city of Nampa's culture protects and respects all local citizens. Whereas we openly and unanimously reject and abhor any racial supremacy and discrimination in all forms. And whereas we wish to continue to be a welcoming and caring community for families and individuals of different backgrounds, and whereas our nation, certain states and communities are experiencing divisions, where words and language are being politically weaponized to divide our nation, states, and communities. Whereas we seek to reconcile our nation, state, and communities past and progress toward human dignity, unity, freedom, opportunity, and prosperity for all. Now, therefore, I, Debbie Kling, the mayor of the city of Nampa, do hereby proclaim the city of Nampa as a community that seeks unity. And I ask that we continue to strive toward our commitment to be a safe and healthy community where people prosper. That we encourage our citizens to engage in our community and the lives and education of our children. That we work together to provide an education to our children that encourages them to hold fast to the positive traits and character of hard work and integrity that made this nation great. We watch over and we protect our children to ensure they have a hope and a future filled with promise. We respect one another's right to celebrate faith, family, and freedom. We stand united and focused on what brings us together instead of what divides us, to be a unified city of peace and hope, firmly rooted in the principles as set forth by our founding fathers in the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Idaho Constitution. That is put forth, and it comes from my heart, that we need to be a community that seeks unity, that we're not going to allow differences of opinion to divide us. And I also have a heartfelt passion for our children and what we teach our children. that we protect our children. Today, where we are as a nation is a different place than when I was young growing up. We've seen tremendous change in our nation. And the only way that we're going to look to the future is if we come together and not allow ourselves to be divided. But we also invest in our children and we protect our children. When I hear of some of the abuse and the atrocities and what some of our children live with, I'm thinking, how can that happen in our local communities? And so I have a passion for our children. They are the future of our nation. And I believe that we need to set an example. So that is a proclamation that will hang on this wall as a proclamation that I feel is important. So that ends our proclamations. And I don't know, do we want to go in? I know we had some different comments tonight. It's not the time for mayor and council comments, but there were some comments. Darrell, do you have a comment you'd like to make as we bring this right now?
Yeah, I think, you know I do. I mean, I'm going to dig a little deeper, and I can't say enough for the mayor and this proclamation. I totally agree with it. Let me just mention before I start in my little, to a certain extent, maybe a little tirade. There's a prayer walk, 3 o'clock Saturday, this coming Saturday, starts at the Deeple, and just want to make sure we mention that part of bringing unity is bringing God and including Him. And my understanding is going to be praying for you, Mayor, for us, and for leaders and business people in this community. And so I just encourage everyone that can to do that walk at 3 o'clock. I'm going to dig a little deeper, and I'm going to call a name to what I feel like is a real challenge with the unity. And I'm mainly going to refer to this as Nampa, and more in a preventive way, not saying that Nampa is there yet, but I want this not to happen what the mayor just discussed. So I'm about to make a personal opinion statement regarding what I feel is essential for Nampa to be unified not only today, but for the future and well-being of our children, grandchildren, and our nation to sustain what the unity proclamation that the mayor just read proclaims: one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In my opinion, we cannot allow the critical race theory, which from here on out I will use the acronym CRT, indoctrination, and its wonderful sounding names like social justice, to be entertained in this city. And I know, and it's a factual, that it's hitting our universities very, very hard. And what I want us to prevent is that it does not enter into Nampa's K through 12 public school system, which I hope it has not, and I believe it has not yet. Otherwise, the proclamation that the mayor just read, in my opinion, is just going to be a piece of paper with words on it. I'm not going into the definition of CRT. If you have not studied it, please do. Once you do, I believe you will fall into one of 3 camps. I'm going to be pretty assertive here. You will abhor it as much as I do and fight against it to the bitter end. 2, you will keep your blinders on and have an attitude that this too will soon pass. Or 3, you see nothing wrong with CRT and admit to having socialistic, Marxist leanings. I will display my passion on this subject by stating that it is my opinion that after abortion, child sex trafficking, and child abuse, there's nothing more potentially destructive and threatening to our children and the future makeup of our nation than CRT. Finally, I trust, not hopefully blind trust, that our current Nampa public schools are safe from CRT indoctrination. I have no doubt that CRT indoctrinations are in our universities and will continue to affect the philosophies and beliefs of many of our future teachers. This in turn has the strong potential of transference to our children. It is going to be essential in the hiring of our Nampa educators that they are strong in the love of our nation, believe in equality without supremacy, believe in liberty and justice for all of their students, regardless of race or ethnicity, and not to excuse or justify lower performance due to a student's race or ethnicity. Anyway, that's pretty hard. I may get taken to task a little bit on that, but it's a strong and prayerful belief, and that we keep Nampa united. That we don't just let it happen. Okay, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Darrell. Jane?
Mayor. Councilman Bruder, that was pretty strong. I think my only response to that is I think we have to be really careful to minimize the experience of anybody in our community. We all come from different places, different spaces, and different experiences. And I told the mayor, my first professional job after I'd worked really hard as a student athlete, had a little advice on how not to sleep my way to the top. So, some of you men may not have had that with your first professional job offer. I guarantee you other women have. Some men may have. I will not diminish the experience that any of you have had. But I'll tell you what, it has stuck with me my entire career. That after I'd worked really hard, that was the little advice I got. Work hard, pay your dues, don't sleep your way to the top. That was out of college. So I think my response to this is I think that as a community of unity, we have to respect everybody's different places, spaces they come from. People come from hard places, different places. And if this is at all in response to the preschool development grant,
It's not.
okay, I have promised people there is no indoctrination other than, you know what, every kid in our community deserves a pathway to fulfill their promise and potential. Some kids don't have the same way to get there as others. I could put my child in preschool. I have siblings who could not. Every child deserves an opportunity to have a fair shot, and I think the mayor put that beautifully in the proclamation. I think as we think about what a community of unity is, I think we've got to be really careful not to diminish experiences that others have had that we may not have had. And I want to promise you, as somebody who's representing a diverse group of people in our community, I seek to listen and hear you. I agree we have to be a community of unity, and there are foundational principles. With our 2C Kids work, we talk about we are a community of faith, family, and really looking at the potential of our kids. And so I just want to be really clear that I think the dangerous rhetoric that's come with this preschool development grant at our local level is just not true. It's not true. And I think it's done a lot of harm. Where we seek to lose $18 million. I think we will lose it this week. $18 million to help our kids who so desperately need the opportunity. About 40% of our Nampa kids start school ready. So think of those teachers and all the time they have to spend trying to catch those kids up. I think words are being weaponized in our own community right now. Even though we like to say they're not, they are. And it literally is going to take $18 million away from kids and families who need it. So my appeal as a community of unity is to be really careful with the intent of our language and seek to listen, seek to hear, seek to understand that we don't all come from the same spaces and places. We all live in Nampa, and we are one nation under God,
Amen.
indivisible.
Mayor, if I may just follow up, and because I want to make sure, because I think everyone knows that Councilwoman Mutchie, there's no one that cares for children more than she does, and is more active in the community than with children. And so, really, I don't know if you believe me or not, but this had nothing to do with that bill. I'm not as well read. I do have some things as far as the administration costs, but not for the purpose of it. I'm in agreement with the purpose of it. And this is totally with critical race theory that I'm putting up my boxing gloves and take them off if I need to. All right?
What I love about our council is that we don't all totally agree, and that's what a community needs in a council, is that we challenge each other, but we respect one another. I do have a suggestion, and I know we need to get on with the meeting, but one thought is, and I'm going to turn over to our wonderful legal counsel here, and I'm going to say Todd. I apologize for putting you on the spot, and it's actually on the Senator Lakey side. But you know what I think we should do? If we don't accept the federal funding, the state should fund the early childhood education so that our kids can get in school. I listened recently, well, I just heard of I would say the murder of the young girl in Emmett. Before it was identified, I'd heard, and I thought, you know what, she's not alive. But I'm thinking that is ridiculous that she experienced what she experienced. And there are other kids that have. And we've got kids that need to be in school. A lot of people get to homeschool and they choose to, and they maybe can have their kids in private schools, but there are a lot of families that can't afford school, and the safest place for those kids are at school and preschool. We need to provide them with an opportunity. And so I would strongly suggest that if for some reason we vote down and don't actually fund, that somebody come back and suggest that the state funds the early childhood education, but we get away from the concern that they have over ties to federal funding, because it's really about protecting our kids. And some of our kids, unfortunately, in our community need to be protected. So it's just a suggestion. You can tuck that away.
It's a good one.
We appreciate our legal counsel and the dual hats that he plays. Todd, thank you. And you know what? One other comment. So we have out on Facebook, we have a number of surveys, and I'll mention them in just a minute out. And I was looking at Facebook this weekend on our survey regarding growth. And a lot of people are really upset about growth and what we're doing. And one thing I just want to encourage is, and partly even like with this proclamation, we need to come forward with solutions. It's really easy for people to sit back and point a finger and be upset and not provide solutions, come forward with solutions. And because one of the Facebook comments said that I am promoting growth, and I'm thinking, no, I'm really not. There was a quote that I read that said, trying to stop growth is like putting your hand underneath a waterfall and thinking you're going to stop it. The reality is, at this point, it's very difficult to stop growth. Now, we have another meeting, council planning and zoning meeting on Thursday, and we'll talk a little bit about growth. Growth is challenging, but I am not an advocate for growth. We're just trying to manage it and manage it well. But my thought in all of that is that we need solutions. So, okay. Enough said. Unless there are any other comments on mayor council comments, I think we're going to shift to mayor council comments right now, since we're in that mode, which I've upset our order. But since we're in the mayor council comments, let's go ahead and have Rick do a really quick legislative update.
Thanks. And I know this gentleman's here to speak for the public comment, so you'll be following me.
You'll be next.
Yes,
Sorry.
you'll be next. So, good evening, Mayor, Council. I just wanted to really quick, one legislation that literally affects this council is the districting issue, which morphed into an amended version with the House wanting to move to even years, which I reported on at the last meeting. And maybe legal with a dual hat here could clarify that there was a vote to concur with the amendments, but there's still another vote to actually adopt the amendments. Is that correct? No. So the vote to concur was the adoption of the amendment? Okay. So been hearing multiple confusing messages about whether or not there is another vote or not. So the vote to concur has adopted the House amendments. So the practical implications then for council seats 1, 3, and 5, it's a little interesting because they have, for cities that are not 100,000, this year would be 3-year terms, and then 2023 would be 3-year terms, and then it'd be 4-year terms there on out. Not as disruptive. Now, for cities transitioning, becoming 100,000, the journey is a lot more interesting. Seats 1, 3, and 5 would be 2-year at-large terms this fall. Okay, and then in 2023, all 6 seats would be up at the same time. I don't know why they picked, I guess that you had to pick odd or even, and whether or not they were aware that it just so happens that this fall odd seats, 1, 3, 5 are up. In 2 years, when everyone's up at the same time, it will be based on districts, and those districts will be established based on the census data that is yet to be released. So those districts will be identified, and those 6 seats will have to have people who live within the districts, those 6 all up at the same time. They happen to pick odd number seats. 1, 3, 5 would be a 1-year term in 2023, even though it'll be a 2-year term this fall. So we wish that they would have done it differently. But seats 1, 3, and 5, 2-year, let me restate that, 2-year term this fall at large. And then in 2023, when everyone's up, seats 1, 3, and 5 will be a 1-year term. Seats 2, 4, 6 would be a 3-year term. Then coming back in 2024 and then 2026, everyone would go to 4-year terms. One concern we have, we're going to respectfully request that the governor probably veto this, is the mayor is not addressed in the legislation. It speaks of city officials and speaks of city council seat numbers, but the mayor is left out. So based on our local understanding, the mayor happens to be up this fall, coinciding with seats 1, 3, and 5. The mayor is a 4-year term. Based on this bill, and it's a little unclear, if she's supposed to be synced, the mayor's term with seats 1, 3, and 5, the mayor's term would be a 2-year term with seats 1, 3, and 5. And if the mayor, for purposes of how they identify odd and even number council seats, is supposed to be synced with the odd number seats, if you're following me, then the mayor in 1, 3, and 5 would be up for a 1-year term in 2 years. So let me restate that. The mayor in seats 1, 3, and 5 would be a 2-year term in the fall, run in 2023 for a 1-year term, and then run for a 4-year term. It's less disruptive to 2, 4, and 6. 2, 4, and 6 are up in 2023. And they would be based on districts, and it would be a 3-year term going to a 4-year term. But seats 1, 3, and 5 are a 2-year term, then a 1-year term, then a 4-year term. So those seats, including the mayor, would potentially be running 3 elections in a 4-year period, a 2-year term, a 1-year term, and then up for election for a 4-year term. So the intent was so that's what's going to happen, but there's ambiguity in it because the mayor is not listed in here, and so it isn't just to be self-seeking on behalf of the office of the mayor. Everyone's looking at Todd, sorry, for clarity. And maybe legal can provide some clarity if mayor is in the bill somewhere and how we're supposed to interpret and understand mayor, but we will probably be leaning on legal to provide some guidance because I don't see mayor in here, and it's open to interpretation whether the mayor should be a 2-year term, whether it should be a 4-year term, but that would still be on odd number years, and we're supposed to get to even number years, or if the mayor could be a 3-year term, getting us to 2026, but then the mayor would be synced with the even numbered seats moving forward, 2, 4, 6. So I don't know if you could pass the quiz now, if I quiz you on all that, but that explains the transition, and it's just a timing issue. So there's several things that happened. Last year, they passed a bill saying you have to be districts. The census doesn't come out until now. And then we're transitioning, and then they morphed it into wanting to go to even number years. So the collateral damage really falls heavily on us. It's more disruptive to us than to Meridian and Boise with just the way in which the odd numbered seats are the ones that are up for at large, and then they have to be a 1-year term. So I don't know. They didn't consult with us to see what seats happen to be up this fall to then specify odd numbers are up for a 1-year term in 2023. And they didn't ask us. They didn't provide clarity on where the mayor is in this bill. So there's a lot of things that are unclear in this bill. And so we head into the fall. If this gets vetoed and the veto is not overridden or sustained, then seats 1, 3, and 5 and the mayor's seat would presumably, we would not be going to even years. They would be 4-year at-large terms this fall. With the current members in seats 1, 3, and 5, if you choose to seek re-election, you'd be able to seek a 4-year term. And then the next time that's up, you would transition to districts in 2 election cycles in 2023 and in 2025, with 4-year terms continuing, but just transitioning to districts. That's our understanding of the bill currently.
Mayor? And there was some consideration going to even years that it would be partisan as well. So will there be partisan declaration?
Right now, this bill does not require a partisan declaration, but yeah, I think there's been discussion about whether there should be partisan elections. But you would be down ballot, of course, from all the other presidential, statewide, U.S. races. Yeah.
That would create primaries then, as far as for.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point. If city council races were to become partisan, like county commissioner races are, for example, they do have primaries for county commissioner in the spring, and then one person gets to be on the ballot in the fall from each respective party. So I don't know if they thought that through as far as some of those who are pushing for legislative, to have partisan races at the local level. And so it's our understanding, I don't know if this legislation, I don't think it affects school trustee races and others that are also on odd-numbered years. So it's potential that those races, that's the only thing that would be voted on the odd-number years. But since 1905, it's been this way, where they've required that the state statutes ask that local races run on odd-numbered years, so that the cycle even is a certain set of races, and then odd-number years are another set of races, and it's worked that way for over 100 years, and it hasn't been a major problem that I'm aware of from constituents saying that the timing of our races should change. So we were a little concerned that they kind of added these amendments at the end of the legislative session and without much consultation on how it would actually affect logistically. And then there's some things omitted from the amendments that are ambiguous to us that we're going to need clarity on. So.
And it was rushed through very quickly.
So Mayor, just a quick summary. So 2023,
Yes.
everyone here would be, currently the way it stands, would be up for election.
All 6 seats, including the mayor, if the mayor's on a 2-year term. So everybody would be up for
And they would
election.
all need to be in the 6
Correct.
geographical districts.
Correct.
So if some of us are living in the same district, if we decide to run, we'd be running against each other.
Correct. In 2023, everyone would have to run based on districts. And as I said last time, and this will be kind of a rude awakening, I'm giving my personal opinion here, but I'm only going to get to vote once every 4 years for one race. So everyone's going to be allowed to only vote for the one race in their district. So it's not just a residency requirement for the people choosing to run. The voting is restricted to that zone. It's more restrictive than even the county commissioner race, and which, for example, assures 3 zones where you have to live, but the whole county still gets to vote for each of those 3 races. But for city council, which is smaller than the county, you're restricting the voting to just, each zone once every 4 years, voting for one of the 6 seats. Yeah.
Yet, the position votes on all, we know this as city council. They vote on, you guys vote on the entire budget for the city. And to only be able to vote in your own district, this candidly is a recipe for disaster for our community. It is not in the best interest of Nampa. You could actually have a new mayor and most of your city council all gone in 1 year, and the mayor acts as city manager. You talk about an upheaval in city government, what this could do to us, and we have an amazing community. And what I love about the leadership is that we don't all agree. You know what? And that's a good thing. But where we've tried to, I don't know, I am just so highly disappointed. It's not even funny. I'm not a happy camper today. So, and the fact that we weren't given time between votes is, it's not
So
good.
we'll track this, and if you have a question.
So is there no chance to have like 4 zones, 2 hybrids? That's my first question. I got a second
Yeah,
question.
no, we would love to have done that, but we weren't part of the discussions, I think, last year when the legislation came through to go to districts. And based on some preliminary feedback, don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but I know Representative Crane was here and kind of explained things. And I think there were some questions from Councilman Haverfield and others saying, hey, how will this work? Is there some flexibility? And I know you got to go off what's printed in the bill and the intent, but Representative Crane's comments at that time gave us the impression that there would be some flexibility in how you kind of want to do this and how to implement it. But it's come to our understanding now that, to try to do 4 zones with 2 at-large zones, for example, is not, statutorily, it would not be allowed.
Okay, second question, who develops the zones?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I was looking at the bill again, and the county clerk, at first I thought it was going to be the city clerk, but districts will be drawn by a committee as established by ordinance. The county clerk or designee shall be a non-voting ex officio member to assist the committee with regard to precincts, boundaries, and any other districting issues. Districts must be compact, no shoestring districts, and I'll send you a title of the bill here, but that's also a little bit ambiguous too. It seems that there's concern to keep council and mayor from picking districts that protect or incumbency and stuff like that. But at the same time,
It'll be
we'll
based
see.
on legislative
committee.
districts, though. It
Yeah.
has to be, because when you go in to vote, you can't, it needs to be based on legislative districts. The redistricting information is late. Normally, it's coming out about now. Census numbers are typically out by now. We should get them by the end of April. The districting numbers are gonna come out in September. So, they're late, and so it'll be based on that, because we have a couple of things happening. We've got our fire district, now we've got council seats, and then we've got legislative districts.
Yeah.
So we have 3 different things that we're gonna be working through. And I fully agree with you. If we had, like 4 larger districts and 2 at large, which most cities in other states do, it's a much wiser setup than what we've got currently.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point, Mayor, and not to add more confusion, but, there's 5, I think, school board trustees. There's going to be 5 commissioners on the fire district, and there's going to be 6 council seats. And not all of those districts will be obviously aligned. It's going to create a lot of interesting dynamics, for
Be very
how the precincts
confusing.
get. So, but we will adapt to get through it. We'll probably seek legal to provide some help with trying to interpret how this would apply, whether we are a city of 100,000 going into this fall, which would be 2-year terms for 135, or if it would be 3-year terms because we're a city under 100,000, and whether or not it's too late to maybe provide more clarification for the mayor's office. So those are the major things when we just looked at this. So
I would just encourage, if anybody is as concerned as we are, just flood the governor's office with calls to say you've got to veto this, because for our community, it is not a good thing.
yeah,
I would
So-
encourage that.
that's it. There's a bunch of other things happening. I'm not going to speak to all those. We'll be here all night. You don't want that update. But I thought this update, this applies specifically to you. So good comments. Reach out, as the mayor said. So, and as always, I'm ready to answer any questions you have offline. So, yep.
I'm smiling because it's just, what else do you do? So,
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a
anyone's
good
wondering
summary.
why I'm smiling.
Yeah. No, that's a good summary. So, all right. Thanks, Mayor Council.
If there's nothing else on the legislative front, I'm going to give just some quick updates. City of Nampa, we have 2 surveys open currently. We have the Planning and Zoning Density Survey that is open through the 21st. Right now, we have 641 responses, and this is about growth and some of the density. So we encourage people to go visit that survey. You can go to our website and get both of these surveys. The second one is the 14 intersection survey. I think right now we have 1,200 responses. So far, we have yard signs out. So we really are looking for input. So that is the second thing. Brush Up Nampa was announced today. It's going to be July 17th. And then the Farmers Market, their grand opening is Saturday, and there will be a ribbon cutting at 10. And city council members, I hope we can all go. Saturday, it's going to be a beautiful day, I think. So, and I've heard that there's a record number of vendors, 90 vendors this year at our Farmers Market. It's going to be an incredible Farmers Market. It's in Lloyd Square, and it's from 9 till 1, rain or shine. And then I think we've already talked census. So that's all I have on updates. Is there anything else from council? Needless to say, it's going to be a late night, and we've run a long time on this. So my apologies, but we'll keep going. Okay, so now Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item, and Brian Warwick is here with his family. Would you like your whole family to come up with you? I don't think they would like to. Oh, well, we may have you come up when your dad is done. How's that? Brian, thank you. And go ahead and tell us your name again and your address.
Okay, Brian Warwick, 403 Buckskin Drive here in Nampa. Madam Mayor, members of the council, appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. I'm a lifelong Nampa resident, born in the second Mercy Medical Center, which just got tore down. And my family and I love living here. I'm also a registered professional engineer, and I work here in town. I have a few comments or concerns about the planning and zoning notification process. I sent an email to Planning Director Ashby on April 5th, and I believe I copied everyone here on that. So these comments are regarding that email that you've already seen. I'd like to start off and say that I think that Planning Director Ashby and his staff are doing a heck of a job. You know, they've got a rough road to hoe with the growth. I know there's a lot of workload and stuff, and I do think that they are doing a good job within the limitations that they have. But I think that there's some things we could do to possibly get some better citizen engagement in the whole planning and zoning process. And this was brought on by a conditional use permit application that was recently done near my home. And as I was going through that process, I just I just felt like I didn't have enough time and I didn't know enough about it to be an informed citizen and to make informed comment. The first thing that I would propose is that neighborhood meetings are in some way incorporated into the planning and zoning process. And I don't know exactly how that looks. I don't know all the rules and the laws, but I know the county requires it on some stuff. I know for conditional use permits they do. Maybe they require it for everything, but I think it'd be something that the city could look into requiring, especially on large scale developments that have a significant impact to the family or to the neighborhood. You know, maybe if it's a small thing, like we're going to build a mother-in-law quarters on our house or something, maybe that wouldn't require it. But apartment buildings, shopping complexes, major impacts to our neighborhoods, I believe would benefit from having a neighborhood meeting. The notification zone is currently at 300 feet, which Planning Director Ashby informed me is a state statute. I know the county's is 600 feet. I understand in the county within 600 feet, you have fewer landowners probably to notify, which is why they go with a larger zone. But I think that a larger zone would get more people involved in the process, or at least feel like they had a voice in the process. I propose 1,000 feet. He indicates, you know, that turns into a lot of people, a lot of letters to stuff and mail, and I recognize those limitations. And so, you know, something bigger or better or different than what we have that could reach more people, I think would be appropriate. Maybe something where you could go onto the website, you could sign up for notifications for P&Z stuff so that it would come to your inbox if that was something that you're concerned with as a citizen. The timetable seems a little compressed, and let me just outline on this particular conditional use permit what the timetable was. The notification letter was dated on March 30th. I believe the sign was posted on March 31st. My letter was postmarked March 31st. It was received on April 2nd, which is a Friday. So by the time I received it, I was home from work, business hours were closed. Comment was due the following Wednesday at noon. So that gave me 2.5 business days to produce some informed comment on the conditional use permit. I'm blessed with a job where I can, you know, take time out of my day, maybe even go to P&Z, but I can certainly call them on the phone, email them and stuff. But some people don't have that opportunity if they're on the clock. The agenda was posted to the website on April 6th. The staff report was posted on April 8th, and the hearing was on the 13th. So it was 3 days to go over that packet. I'd like to see a completed packet possibly posted a week prior to that. I get a lot of information out of those staff reports that I use to inform my opinion. And I think that other people would as well. You know, just in closing, the comments from my neighbors when they get one of those letters in the mail are, they feel helpless. They feel like they don't have a voice. They feel that by the time they get that letter, the decision's already been made and no one wants to hear what they say. I know that that's not the case. I've been through enough of these and I've actually become quite familiar with the process, and I feel engaged and informed, and I know how it works, but most people don't. And I think there's opportunities for improvement there.
Brian, thank you so much for taking the time to come. It's so helpful. And I know that you sent your email, but this is very, very helpful. So just a quick, and normally we don't talk or have questions, but I'm just curious. So one change that we've made, at least since I've been here, is that we've put out much better signs. They used to be just this little stick with a sheet of paper. Now it's a nice sign.
Right.
So that you're well notified. So I would assume, is that helping?
I believe it is helpful. I mean, one thing I do notice on the signs, and not just around my place, is they run out of flyers really quick. So I don't know if that's like something we can follow up a few days later, maybe replenish those, or put enough information on the sign that it would direct people to where to go get a flyer if they are out of flyers.
That's a very good point. Very good point. And one thing I think that you maybe as a ask is that the signs are out sooner, right? Because you're asking for the packet to be out sooner.
Yes.
It is a financial issue if we expand the cost of notification gets really high. And one of the things that I think I've seen, and I can't quantify this, is that on our surveys, the transportation survey response went up dramatically once we had signs out. In fact, I was at a meeting today and somebody said, I've seen your signs.
That's how I knew it and took it.
Was because of the signs. And so I think the signs, it costs more to have more signs, but if we can get the signs out sooner and get the information available sooner, that's probably one of the best ways. Would you agree? Would that be a good
I would agree
solution?
that that would definitely be a good first step, you know, and possibly mitigate the need to change the 300-foot rule. You know, because people that are affected do drive by, they do see the signs, I know I do. And I'll circle back around the block and stop and pick up a flyer if it's something I'm interested in. But I certainly think if we had them out there longer, that would be a big help.
Well, I just want to say thank you so much, because this is the kind of, I love solutions, right? You're not just saying there's a problem, you have really good solution ideas that we can consider. So thank you so much for
Thank
taking
you.
the time. And I think Victor, well, go ahead, Jean, and then Victor will follow you.
This may be for Amy. Sorry, Amy. I don't know if there could be a QR code put on the signs so that you can just scan it. Telepathically, Brian, you fixed it.
All right.
QR code, scan it, you'll have your packet right there. So then you don't have to worry about trying to come back for a paper flyer.
Right.
I think so many people out walking typically have a smartphone with them anyway. And I know papers can get lost easily, but I bet you Amy will have that done tomorrow. Thank you.
I know the other thing too that confuses people is it's all referred to by parcel number and very legalistic description. If there's a way to list it by location in the city or basic address, I think people would be able to find it easier. But I know there's legalities involved in all of that and how we have to talk about it, but.
We kind of do a little mini committee on how to fix this. Would you help us?
Yeah, I'd be happy to participate.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Brian, because some of the stuff that you're talking about is what educating our community and where we're growing so much. After I read your emails, I went, this is right on. We have to do it because it involves we're invested in our community, invested in our homeowners. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And now, we talked about our children. Every time someone comes in with their children, we want them to come up and tell us their names and where they go to school. We want them to be part of our community as well. Would you mind doing that?
Sure.
And have your wife, Wendy, come up
All right.
as well?
Okay, kids, you did not get off the hook.
I think one goes to Park Ridge, right? The other goes to East Valley
And Columbia.
and Columbia.
Oh, my name is Megan, and I go to Columbia High School on Happy Valley Road. And
You
I'm
just finished a communication class, right?
Huh?
Did you finish some kind of a speaking class on?
Oh, yeah, I took a speech class. It's a requirement for graduation, and I didn't particularly enjoy it, but I mean, this is a room full of strangers versus a room full of people I know, like give me the death stare. So it's not as bad, but yeah.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
My name is Ashlyn Wark, and I go to East Valley Middle School.
And you're in what grade?
I'm in 7th grade.
Awesome.
My name is Callie, and I go to Park Ridge Elementary, and I'm in 5th grade.
Good. Well,
We have another Callie, right? Callan instead of Callie. That was Callie.
Wendy.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying
What do you school you
half
go
of them
to?
were- most everybody here's taller. I can hide behind it, but I'm Wendy, and I just appreciate you guys listening to us and appreciate the opportunity we had to bring our girls. We just thought it would be a good learning opportunity for them today. So thank you.
You're welcome. I have 3 pens from the city of Nampa they can wear.
Mayor Brian, how lucky can you be? 4 ladies in the household. I mean, you're welcome.
I have a shop with a lock on the door.
Or else be really
For me
proud of your
time.
dad. You just saw how change happens.
Right.
Step forward and use your voice. Good job.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch, Brian.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes. So let's see. The next, we don't have any agency or, oh, I should ask, was there anyone else that had intended to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item this evening? Okay, seeing none, we have no agency or commission reports. We do have staff communications. So Rodney, let's start with your quarterly density report.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. There we go, got it up on the screen, and this is in your packet. This is going to be a condensed version of what I did on the first quarter. So every year, the first quarter, we're going to provide this quarterly density report, and we're going to do a larger summary, talking about growth, talking about how it impacts building permits, and how preliminary plats are related to final plats and general growth of our city and population increases. So this is just a condensed version of that. This is just the next quarter. We have covered a full year, but this is just covering that last quarter that you haven't seen the growth for. On the screen is the preliminary plats. So again, these could be several years out. Preliminary plats come in first, then final plats come in, maybe phases of that preliminary plat. Now, in your staff report, we updated this to reflect the totals, and you can see on the screen here those updated totals, top of the white grid area. So total of preliminary plats covered 356 acres in the past year, 102 multifamily units, and single-family units of 1,253. So just a quick reminder, a lot of times the multifamily development doesn't have to go through a platting process. So this number looks really small. That's because you could come in with let's say an RD zone or a RML zone, and you could develop that entire property, and those units wouldn't be reflected in these numbers. So again, 102 multifamily units where they had to go through the platting process. Okay, so then we move into our short plats. Those are both preliminary and final plats at the same time. They're for projects underneath 7 parcels. And you can see those developments here. Let me zoom out just a little bit so you get a sense of where that's going. So to the east there, we have several of those short plats happening. So total number of acres is 5.46 acres. And again, these are intended to be smaller, 32 multifamily units and 10 single-family units. And then finally, our final plats are the ones that you're going to see the development on. This is significant. So this screen here shows you where they're developing, primarily to the northeast and generally to the north as well, and then also to the southwest. We have a few out southeast, but primarily in those 2 areas of our community. These is pretty significant over this past year. So you can see here, let me zoom in a little bit, and you'll be able to see 332.74 acres, 80 multifamily units, and 1,308 single-family units. So that's all my report is. Happy to report back in another quarter. 3 months from now, I'll be back. So any questions for me?
Mayor?
Yes.
Rodney, as far as the single-family residences, is there somewhere it indicates what zone they're in? Is it an RS6, RS8?
No, but we could do that
That'd be nice
in the future.
to know. That way
Okay.
we can pretty much tell what size homes are being platted as well.
Yeah, good idea.
I think you could go ahead and do that. We are keeping an archive of these, and so maybe you could go ahead and run those analytics. Is that pretty easy to do with your
Absolutely.
software?
Yeah, and I could just send it out to council.
That
That'd
would
be easy. Yeah, thanks.
So for city council, our goal is that we're really providing good information so we can track what we're doing and look at the overall impact of what we're approving as we move forward. So, are there any questions for Rodney? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Tom, I think we'll leave your staff report to following the public hearings. So thank you. So we will move at this time to our public hearings. It is 6:30 and the time for those public hearings to begin. And our first public hearing is 6-1. This is an action item. This is the appeal of a conditional use permit that was approved by Nampa Planning and Zoning Commission on 3/9. And this was for Edmark Toyota for a vehicle aftermarket reconditioning center in the zoning district at 16115 and 16027 Idaho Center Boulevard. And this is Kirk Houston representing Century Property Development and Comprehensive Dermatology of Idaho and Reasonable Rentals. And so as the applicant, thank you, as you come forward and give us your name and address, the applicant is the person who is appealing the conditional use permit, just in case there's any question about that. So thank you for joining us. Go ahead and tell us your name and address.
Pleasure to be here. Kirk Houston. I live at 406 North Pacific Street, Boise, Idaho, 83706. And here today on behalf of Century Property Development, as well as Dr. Ryan Owsley, Jack and Carol Struthers, Chris Aberti, Dr. Gary Gregerson, and Reasonable Rentals. And these are the owners of properties immediately to the west across Brinson Street from the subject property. I did provide the city clerk some exhibits, 9 on Friday and 1, again, 10th exhibit this morning. I'm not sure if those are going to be displayed on the overhead, or I do have, okay.
If you would like to
I
hand
have
those
some-
out, you are welcome to.
I'd put my College of Idaho mask back on, but I don't want to offend anybody.
You're fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're in any country there, mister.
I know. I knew that Nampa was in a new country when I was a student at the College of Idaho. So, Mayor Kling, members of the council.
Do you mind, I'm sorry, I'm going to have you pause for a second. So what are we hearing?
Her phone is going, she takes care of prayer.
Oh, I see, sorry. I'm sorry, I thought possibly it was Teams. So I thought, because earlier it was Teams that we had some feedback in. so I
Indication
thought-
we needed more than one prayer tonight.
There we go, which is awesome, not a problem. Okay, so now you can start again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Kling and members of the council, thank you for giving us the time to speak about this issue. As I mentioned, I'm here on behalf of Century Property Development, Dr. Ryan Owsley, Jack and Carol Struthers, Chris Aberti, Dr. Gary Gregerson, Reasonable Rentals. And again, the properties that my clients own are to the immediate west of the subject, across Brinson Street in the Gateway Business District, off of Idaho Center Boulevard. So during the March 9th, 2021 Planning and Zoning meeting, Commission voted to issue a conditional use permit to Edmark Toyota / EFHC LLC for an aftermarket and reconditioning center at the subject site. Trying to see if I've got a good exhibit where we could get the site in front of you. It might
Parker,
be-
do you have
it's in
the site to where you can pull that up for him?
It's in the, looks like it's in the meeting packet today.
And I think that Parker can put that up for you.
I think it's on Exhibit 6. Or Exhibit 5, excuse me. So the buildings that are just, if there was a, there you go. So the subject building is, or the subject of the permit is shown on this schematic. And then as you go west to the left of the picture, my client's properties are on the other side of Brinson Street. And then if you were to go east of the subject towards Idaho Center Boulevard, you would see a row of commercial spaces along Idaho Center Boulevard. I think the north end of that strip space, I believe, is O'Reilly Auto Parts. I worked out here for a year and a half, I should remember. So I hope that orients everybody for where we're talking about within the Gateway Business District. Since an aftermarket and reconditioning center is not listed as a use in the zoning matrix of the city code found in Title 10, Chapter 3, it was represented to the Planning and Zoning Commission that the use could be treated as a conditional use as a matter of discretion. My understanding from observing the public hearing is that the aftermarket component of the facility, or in the name of the facility, relates to the installation of accessories on new cars, such as window tints and spray-on bed liners. And I think if you go to the next page in that exhibit, and if you look closely at the exhibit that's handed out, you'll see that the plans indicate where window tinting is going to be done and where the application of bed liners is going to be done. And then if we're looking at the property as an upside down L, the rectangle that's kind of in the southwest notch from the two long bay areas, I would say, that southwest smaller rectangle, I believe it was represented to the commission that would be used as accounting and additional office space for Edmark. So there is an office component to this, but the vast majority of the space is going to be used for, again, aftermarket, so application of accessories on new cars, and then the reconditioning component of the name was represented that relates to the detailing of used cars prior to resale. It was also represented during the planning and zoning hearing that Edmark's use of this subject would be similar to that of a facility that was previously approved for Corwin Ford, which is to the north of that dealership, proximate to the Fish and Game Building. So north of the interstate before you get to the Idaho Center Boulevard exit. My clients attended the March 9th hearing and objected to the issuance of the permit on the basis that the proposed aftermarket and reconditioning center is more in the nature of an industrial use, such as similar to an auto body or a paint shop, and an auto body or a paint shop is not an allowed or a conditional use in the gateway in the gateway business zone. So, with the reason that we would ask the council in the first instance to overturn the planning and zoning decision and decide not to issue the conditional use permit is on the basis that the use that's sought here is more similar to uses that would not be allowed in this zone in the use matrix under Title 10, Chapter 3. Again, in reviewing the use, our position is that the most similar use that is on the matrix is auto body and paint, and that it's dissimilar to other uses that would be conditionally allowed under the matrix, such as new car sales or automobile parts and accessories, which the first is permitted, the second one is conditionally allowed. It was also established at the planning and zoning hearing that unlike a commercial space that's open to customers, the proposed facility would only be open to Edmark Toyota personnel as they apply aftermarket accessories and perform reconditioning on used cars. So to the extent that this facility only serves one other building in the Gateway Business Zone, my clients, the neighboring property owners, objected to the use on the basis that it wouldn't help serve a mix of commercial customers in the district, which is more in keeping with the purpose of the Gateway Business District. So if I could pull up Exhibit 1. So Exhibit 1 is a compilation of sections of the Nampa City Code. And the reason that I wanted to point out Section 10.4.1 to you, or 10-4-1, I suppose, if we look at the very top, the Nampa City Code indicates that it speaks to the encouragement of high standards, encouraging the district to feature high standards of architecture, landscaping, site planning, and to encourage uses that are compatible in nature and appearance with those in the area. The second paragraph under 10-4-1 does contemplate that the GB1 district is intended for mixed use, but it does indicate that the district is designed to be primarily commercial. One of the interesting things that I found in reviewing the Nampa City Code is that there's a similar description and purpose section for other sections of the code, such as downtown, industrial, university district. This is one of the few description and purpose sections that speaks to a purpose of featuring high standards of architecture. So as the council deliberates this matter, the overall design and the aesthetic of the district is something that we would ask that you keep in mind. The next section that I put up there is 10-25-4, which is the general use permit criteria. And the first criteria being, so Cap A says a CUP may be granted only if the proposal conforms to all of the following general use permit criteria, provisions of the zoning ordinance unless lawfully waived or modified by authorization of the commission and the Nampa Comprehensive Plan. General use permit criteria are as follows. So the first one that we've highlighted reads, the location, size, and design and operating characteristics of the proposed development will be compatible with and will not adversely affect the livability or appropriate development of abutting properties and the surrounding neighborhood. And again, this was spoken to during the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, that to the extent that this building really served as an auxiliary for Edmark and wouldn't provide a customer mix for the other properties in the region or in the district, that it didn't fit that purpose. And then if we go down to number 2, in my mind, number 2 sounds more like a design component than a use component, but it references the location, design, and site planning of the proposed development will be as attractive as the nature of the use and its location and setting warrants. And similar to that, if we keep scrolling down to conditions, 1025-8 provides that this council shall condition its approval of a CUP as it deems necessary to secure the purpose of this chapter and may require the guarantees and evidence that such conditions will be complied with. Such conditions may include, and if you drop down to point 13, regulation of building design and appearance. I think that there might be a sense that if you disagree with our use argument and you decide to look at design, that, well, this design stuff is stuff that can be resolved at the design review stage. And I just want to remind the council that the council does have discretion to apply conditions specifically relating to design in these proceedings. I got my 2 and my 3 out of order, so the next one that I wanted to pull up is exhibit number 3. The purpose of exhibit 3 is actually a section of Planning and Zoning Commission minutes from November 24th, 2015. And the selection of the minutes that I've placed into the record are minutes from a hearing on an application to do a rezone and a conditional use permit for an auto body shop called West Side Body Works. And the reason that I've put this in the record is I wanted to remind the council that the high standards of architecture and design and the Gateway Business District being a hallmark, an entry point for the city of Nampa, and holding high standards of the district is something that the council and property owners, including Mr. Edmark, have attached significance to. And I don't want to read the minutes word for word, but if you do skip to page 7 of those minutes, you will see minutes summarizing the comments of Dave Edmark. Per the notes, Mr. Edmark spoke of a vision of what the Gateway Business District could be at its founding, that Idaho Center Boulevard was becoming beautiful and that it can compete with anything in the valley. He also spoke of the opportunities that the new hospital would bring to the district, such as, I would argue, the types of medical office that my clients, Dr. Ryan Owsley and Dr. Gregerson own. And then if we skip out of order, so the history on this one is that the Planning and Zoning Commission did approve the issuance, did approve the rezone to West Side Body Works, which is, I would submit, was more of a classic, what we think of paint and auto body. I probably would concede that that's not as an intensive of an industrial use as an aftermarket and reconditioning center, but industrial nonetheless in our view. If we go to Exhibit 2, the grant of the rezone and the conditional use permit to West Side Body Works was appealed to this body. I understand that some of the that it's not the same body as it was 6 years ago. But with that qualification, the reason that I put this exhibit into the minutes is ultimately the council overruled planning and zoning and decided not to rezone the property out of GB1 and to keep the district together and to preserve the district for the purpose that it was established. So if we look, I believe it's at the end of the minutes, but because of this council's pride in the Gateway Business District, the application by West Side Body Works was denied. The meeting minutes reflect commentary from the council that an auto body shop was not a good fit for the area, and council also spoke of the time that had been set up to create this high quality GB zone. So if we flip to Exhibit 4, so Exhibit 4 is a compilation of photographs of my client's buildings. And in keeping with the vision of the Gateway Business Zone, my clients have constructed attractive office buildings that have accentuated the growing commercial and medical office uses in this part of the city. Pictures of the buildings neighboring the subject property, featuring attractive entrances, stucco, stone facades, and extensive glass can be seen on this exhibit with, detailed variation in the roof line, an upscale facade featuring stucco and stone, prominent glass in the entrances. So this is a picture of the Summit Professional Center, 16211 North Brinson Street, and we can see prominent entrances in two areas of this picture that have prominent glass that the glass entry there must be almost 2 stories tall. So in addition to the first reason that we're here, which is that we don't think that we think that the use that's being contemplated here is more in the nature of an industrial use, not a commercial use, and that it's not appropriate for a conditional use permit. But if for some reason you disagree with our argument and find that the use could be allowed, could conditionally be approved, we would ask that you really take an exacting eye towards the design, so that it does fit within the high quality architecture standards set forth in City Code 1041, speaking to the description and the purpose of the zone.
Mayor, may I ask a clarification question, please? Mr. Houston, you said industrial use or rather than, and I didn't get the last.
Commercial,
Okay.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank
So if we,
Is that coming through our Teams? Can we silence and mute Teams so that we don't have those voices coming through? Oh, it could be. Is it Councilwoman Levi? Oh, excuse me. I did not know she was on. She may have a question. No? It's not. Okay. Okay, so we'll have to maybe when we get into public hearing, find out who that is. Thank you. Excuse me.
sorry for interruption. I might just be hearing things. It's been a long 12 or 13 months for all of us. So if we flip through some of the remaining pictures in this exhibit again, even the smaller building that we have featured here has a more upscale facade of stucco and stone, and some variation in the roof line so that it's not flat and industrial looking. Is that the extent of the exhibit? And then again, another example of a smaller building in our footprint with variation in the roof line, a more upscale stucco and stone exterior that you're more likely to see in medical office or upscale office. So if we flip back to, if I could call up exhibit 5. So if we go down, so these are the plans that were submitted during the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, and unlike the commercial properties that we have, the profile of this facility looks to be very flat, little variation in the roof line. The facade appears to be primarily concrete masonry and not much in the way of glass. I honestly can't tell from the schematic whether the garage bay doors are glass paneling or if they are some other type of translucent material, but not commercial glass.
Hate to interrupt you, but really what you're talking about falls in the purview of the Design Review Commission, not this body.
No, what I'm
Sure.
saying is quite the opposite.
But it sounds like you're asking us to make a determination on design. And that's, my question is, to the mayor, is this really falls under the purview of the Design Review Commission that will review these type of elements for acceptance in with our design review standards?
Is that a question to,
Yeah, I think if I could speak to it. I think what I understood early from the testimony was that the ask was, if for some reason we did not hear their consideration of the use, that we would consider putting conditions of approval on the design, which this body could do, requirements. And I would need to defer to legal, is that correct? That we could actually make a determination. If I understand correctly, that was your ask, is that correct?
That's our position, Mayor.
And so I think that, do we have the ability as a council, if we were at this point, not to consider the appeal on the conditional use permit, but actually put conditions on design?
So, Mayor, I want to be, I guess, clear on your question. If it was to decline the appeal but approve the conditional use permit related to the appeal with conditions, is that what you're saying?
I think that's what I understood. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm understanding what the request, is, which would be.
The primary ask, Mayor, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify it, would be to overturn planning and zoning and overrule the decision to issue the permit. We always come with backup arguments because that's just our nature. If this body disagrees with that position, then as a backup, we would rather have we would ask that the council take a look at attaching conditions on design, which it is has the discretion to do. It's set forth in the conditions. It is set forth in the conditions for approval that additional conditions on design may be imposed. And again, our position would be that, particularly in this case, in the case of the Gateway Business District, where the purpose clearly calls out featuring high quality architecture, that would be an appropriate use of that discretion.
We'll pause right there, and I just want to confirm with legal. Does this body have the capability of doing that? I just want to make sure we're aligned.
A conditional use permit, you do, Mayor.
Okay, so we could do that. So, Councilman Haverfield, I hope that answers your question as to why he's discussing what he's discussing.
Well, Mayor, I think there are times where this body gets into the weeds on things that really I don't think we should, because we have other commissions that review, that are capable and trained to review design, review planning and zoning. What I'm hearing is us to either make a determination whether we like the look of it or modify the look of it without, well, it comes down to, do we like it or do we not like it? Do we think it's compatible? Is it not compatible? Is this a reason to not allow it? It's because we don't think that it meets design review standards. That's the path that I'm hesitating you at least to go down at this point.
And we can maybe take that up in discussion afterwards. So
I think maybe to again, I appreciate the comment because it allows me to direct my remarks. I can pull up exhibit number 8. And exhibit 8 is an excerpt of the design standards and requirements. And the reason that I'm pulling that up is I'd like to make an offering that that the design review process is objective. Does it meet the criteria? Does it have so exterior structure and finished materials, for example, primary wall facade shall incorporate at least 2 textures or materials. External wall materials shall be comprised of masonry or exterior stucco with accents of metal or wood paneling, cementitious fiberboard, or alternative products if approved by the city. The reason that I would point this out is that it would be possible to clear this standard, to satisfy the standard of the exterior in a way that would not be in keeping with in the neighborhood, would not be consistent with the neighborhood, which is one of the factors that it's subject to consideration from this body.
Yeah. again, I'm going to go back to the Design Review Commission. Did this go before the Design Review Commission?
No.
Okay. So we're being asked to render our opinion on design without the benefit of them having a chance to review it. So I guess that's where my concern lies as well. You're moving us down a path. I'm an architect. I know what I'm talking about. So all I'm saying is I just want to make sure we're not stepping on toes that we don't need to at this point. It comes down to your opinion on what looks good or doesn't look good. And then you're asking us to side with you or to side with the Planning and Zoning Commission who found no fault with it and allowed it to move further down the path. So I'm going to get a little defensive by you're addressing me in the way that you are, but that's fine.
I mean, no disrespect, council member.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm a little concerned because there are times when we're asked to make decisions based upon things that we shouldn't be. And so that's the only thing I'm cautioning the mayor on, is I feel a little uncomfortable with the path that you're moving down at this point. On the merit, ask us that. I'm more than happy to render that at this point. To talk about design and be critical of someone else's design at this point, without the fact that the Design Review Commission had a chance to review it first, that's where I have issues. So I'll just stop at that.
Councilman Haverfield, I don't feel like there's any criticality on design at this time. I think it's a path that I understand your intent of, the intent was that asking us to deny the conditional use permit, but if we didn't, ask us to consider imposing, or at least asking design review to uphold the standards for that area. So that would be pretty straightforward. So, and that would probably be, a way to state. So I think I understand where you're going, so thank you.
Thank you. If I can go back to I'd like to pull up exhibit number 9. So exhibit number 9 is the Corwin facility that was referenced during the planning and zoning hearing on this application. And the reason that I bring that up is that that our position would be, I'm cognizant of your concerns, Councilman Haverfield, but if you agree with our position that this is a stage under Title 10, Chapter 25, that the council has the discretion here to attach design-related conditions so as to promote the contiguity of the neighborhood in accordance with the purpose of the Greater Business District. This is an example of, in our view, would be a very industrial-looking facility with little to no windows, with industrial-looking bay doors that are mostly white that have very little glass. This is the kind of industrial look that if the council disagrees with our use position and decides to issue the permit, that some design conditions would be appropriate. So if we flip to Exhibit 7, we've tried to compile some examples of some building facades in office and also mostly in automobile use settings with a more commercial feeling, with a more commercial feeling facade. So more stucco, more stone. That's a bad example because the bay door is kind of brown. But an example here of a more prominent mixed surface entryway for the office component of a wood and a stucco with a railing. Another example here of more of a stucco and stone facade that's more similar to a commercial setting. Same thing with the Firestone example. This is one that I would like the council to this is the example that we've got here of bay doors that are shinier, glassier, more in keeping with commercial buildings that feature a lot of glass. The Pointex design that we've put in the record, I don't know, no, it's not the last one, but features oh, sorry, go back up. right there. So the Point S example that we've put in the record, again, features more of a commercial-looking stucco and stone. I wish my cousin, the architect, was here, but I find my eye being drawn towards, the wood awning and the black exterior where the entrance is to the facility. So I just want to give the council a flavor of the kinds of exterior facades that could be incorporated into this design so that it is more in keeping with the commercial neighborhood of the surroundings. And I think that might be the last one of them. And then I think if you keep going down, we've put in the record some actually some concepts, another more upscale facade with wood and wood and stone, and then some automobile dealership type examples, including if we keep going, there's actually towards the end examples of what appear to be a shinier and more attractive Toyota facility that we found. I would like to wrap up just by flipping to Exhibit 10. Again, if the council disagrees with the position that the use is more in the nature of an industrial use and that a conditional use permit's not appropriate, we would ask the council to consider some proposed design changes. So the first of those would be to have the office. So again, the office portion of the facility is on the south, is to the south and the west. That's the exposure that my clients and those patroning my clients' businesses are what they're going to see. So with regard to the office area, the request would be to make the office portion higher than the rest of the facility to break up the roof line, and it would obscure the look of the flat industrial looking building. And then the other request that we would make, and include a more upscale facade that's more in keeping with the neighboring properties, less reliance on CMU, and a more upscale facade such as stucco and stone or stucco and wood. So as examples, we've pulled some of the pictures from our Exhibit 7 just to give you a highlight of designs that we feel would be more in keeping with the neighborhood. And then the third ask that we would make with regard to design is, again, the bay doors. That bay doors in the design would feature more glass for a brighter exterior, leading to more consistent with the upscale nature of the Gateway Business District. And then the last ask that we would make, I believe the initial design called for some site obscuring fencing, and if the idea is that this is in the Gateway Business District and it's upscale property in an area that the city holds out as featuring high quality architecture, the idea of a site obscuring fence that would obscure from an attractive building, it doesn't make sense why that would be needed. I believe the updated plans that I was provided by the applicant, I think mostly eliminated the site obscuring fencing and only utilized it on the north and to the east, but our request would be that it just be eliminated. So our primary request would be to deny the conditional use permit on the basis that it's more akin to the disallowed industrial uses as set forth in the zoning matrix. And then as a fallback, if council disagrees with us and decides to go ahead and have the permit issued, that some of these design conditions be applied. Stand for any questions.
Council, are there any questions at this time? you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming with some solutions. Thank you. Okay. Staff report. Thank you, Parker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The action requested from you tonight is the approval or denial of the appeal of a conditional use permit approved by Planning and Zoning Commission on March 9th for the Vehicle Aftermarket and Reconditioning Center in a GB1 zone for Edmark Toyota. Since we don't see this a lot, I'll go through the applicable regulations for appeals of a CUP. It says the council may by resolution affirm, reserve, or modify any decision, determination, and requirements of the commission, but before granting any item which was denied by the commission or before changing any of the conditions imposed by the conditional use permit, the conditions in the use permit, the council shall make written findings of facts citing forth wherein the commission findings were in error. So you are allowed to modify their decision, add conditions to it, approve or deny it. The applicant has submitted their grounds for appeal. I won't go through these because he came up and gave a pretty good clarification on those. The commission used the following reasoning in their decision of approval. So they approved it with the following findings. The location is adjacent to the dealership-owned property. It is all in one place, which helps prevent additional traffic. The business keeps its facilities in good condition and appearance. The use is consistent with the existing uses and fits the area. So with that being said, I'll go through the presentation that we gave to the Planning and Zoning Commission on that day. We didn't focus a lot on design review aspects of it. And it's understood that it would go to design review once we get the CUP, if the CUP were to be approved. And the concept plans that were submitted, there were some aspects of it that didn't fit design review code and would likely most be changed in the future. The property is located inside city limits and is zone GB1. Gateway business is designed as commercial, designated as commercial in the future land use map. The lot is 2.74 acres and is surrounded by GB1 zone properties. To the north is vacant, south is a car lot owned by the applicant. East is restaurants and retail, and west is a medical business park. All public utilities and services are available to the property. Property is currently vacant with sidewalks in place on North Brinson Street. The development would provide 28 off-street parking spots for employees or customers. Because the applicant would be adjusting lot lines, the property address will be changed in the future, and it will no longer have access from Idaho Center Boulevard. This is the concept plan that we looked at. Note that the buildings in the GB1 zone will have to go through design review and meet that code. Yeah. Buildings in GB1 zone do have to go through design review, as we've mentioned before, and do meet the design review code that we have changed recently. In 10.4.1, it states the GB district is established to allow for the consistent development of areas surrounding community gateways or entryways. It is designed to ensure that uses developing in these areas are compatible in nature and appearance and are encouraged to feature high standards of architecture, landscaping, and site planning. The GB1 district is intended for mixed use, primarily commercial development, allowing a variety of highest and best land use alternatives with flexible development standards. In regard to conditional use permits, the aftermarket reconditioning center is not a use listed in our codes, so it falls under 1032B, which allows the director to give direction on whether it needs a conditional use permit or not. Because it mirrors an action similar to this permit that was approved in the same zoning district for Core One Ford, we followed that process with the conditional use permit. Because we don't have the use listed, here's a list of similar uses that could be used as comparison. Permitted uses would be new automobile trucks and sales. Non-permitted uses would be used car sales, car and truck repair, automobile body paint shop. Conditionally permitted, parts and accessories, radiator repair, tire shop, car wash. Once again, 1025 sets forth the criteria for approval of conditional use permit. This was what was used for the decision by Planning and Zoning Commission. Correspondence, really no comment from other departments. They would be subject to Title IV. We received multiple letters of opposition from the original conditional use permit. They stated in summary, the use devalues to adjacent properties. It's not a business park use, but an industrial use. It does not bring customers or complement nearby businesses, not in the interest of the public. It's nothing more than auto body shop. We also received a letter in favor from Kevin Spencer, Jericho Development. He stated they own 2 parcels to the north of the subject property. They approve of the design and use and strongly support the addition to the retail park. The Planning and Zoning Commission approved the CUP with the condition that they comply with all applicable regulations as may be imposed by city agencies, and didn't add any conditions to that. So this is potential motions for you. Once again, approval or denial or modification. If you modified the decision, you'll need to include findings of fact setting forth wherein the commission found findings were in error. And I will stand for any questions.
Are there any questions for Parker? Okay, Parker, we'll have you back. Thank you. And for the applicant, just know that after public hearing, you'll have the opportunity to come back and speak again also. So this is a public hearing, and we do have a number of people signed up. So the first person that we have signed up is Christine Alberti. Let's see, she wants to join via Teams. Christine, are you on Teams? And do you mind switching our one screen to Teams? Thank you. And then Parker, can you see if she's, I don't know, if somebody can see names or numbers. Christine, are you on Teams? Rick, do you see a name up there that would be her name?
I see a phone number without a name, 559. They're muted, so we don't speak.
Can they be unmuted?
No, they have to unmute themselves.
They have to unmute themselves?
Yeah, they've spoken before. They were making noises earlier, so they know how to unmute.
Okay. So at this time, if they come back, we will go ahead and have this individual. Could you scoot the screen over so I can see which way they're speaking? Go ahead and move it. So Christine was going to speak in opposition, just in case she doesn't get it on, so it would be so noted. Is she back on?
I am. It
There you
goes
go.
on and off.
Okay, Christine, so if you could give us your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to share what you'd like to share with us.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Christine Oberti. My address is P.O. Box 1417, McCall, Idaho. And I own a number of properties there in the development across the street. I've owned them for about 5 years and some newer ones for a lesser amount of time. And the Century building, which I do have 2 of the offices there, in both cases, the physical therapist and then also the chiropractor, the health are both healthcare providers. And that position has helped them with their businesses. And they are not excited about the idea of having an auto body shop next door. They have invested a lot of time and money into their offices. And as healthcare providers, they just don't feel that that is really conducive to the development that we've worked so hard on. We followed all your guidelines as far as the development. We've produced very nice buildings with plenty of parking for the different uses. And basically, we don't feel it is compatible. And you're being asked this evening to consider the denial, but also if you choose not to take that path, we're asking you to consider the design guidelines. We have spent a lot of money on the buildings with architectural drawings submitted to the city that abide by their guidelines. So again, asking you to consider if you choose to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and Zoning Commission, then we would like to have additional guidelines as we've submitted this evening. Thank you for taking the opportunity to speak to you, and I hope you will hear what we have to say. Thank you.
Christine, thank you for joining us this evening. I'm glad you could log on. So the next person,
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
if I might just interrupt, just discussing with staff, the process in an appeal, we're also supposed to give the applicant, the individual or entity that applied for the conditional use permit, an opportunity to respond after the appellant provided their testimony. So, it
So
kind of,
rather than during the public hearing.
so equal
I'm
kind of
so
time
sorry.
there, and then public testimony from there, and then opportunity for rebuttal, as you stated.
Thank you so much. So I sincerely apologize. Thank you for catching that. So at this time, needless to say, we don't do these very often. So I think our original applicant that applied for this opportunity is here this evening. And so I see, Dave, do you, Mr. Edmore, thank you. You both come forward and go ahead and give us both your names and addresses, depending on who speaks first. Or
He's going to do my PowerPoint. You guys don't know, that's my son Miles. He's been with me for 13 years in the business, and I'm all done after the end of this year, after 45 years. But the fourth generation is going to be starting up, so seems like it goes by in a blink of an eye. Thank you, Mayor Kling and council, for allowing us to speak. I do have a presentation on our project, but the first thing I want to do is, I hadn't really planned on talking about the West Side Auto Body, but since it came up, I do want to address that. 6 years ago, I'm a member and still a member of the Idaho Auto Mall Auto Dealers Association, encompasses 8 dealerships. Grant Peterson's the president. We had a meeting to discuss Parks Auto Body. We're all very much in favor because, amazingly enough, there is not one auto body shop in that entire region. What we weren't in favor of is the location on Idaho Center Boulevard. I don't feel this project I'm doing fits on Idaho Center Boulevard. I do think our opponents should have probably built on Idaho Center Boulevard rather than back 2 or 3 tiers. But what we spoke to was that Idaho Center and Franklin should be primarily retail and focus that, but we all encouraged Tim Wallace to please build, but please just build back 1 or 2 layers. And that's where this project is going. I also want to be clear, this is not a body shop we're building. I've never been in the auto body business. My family's never been, and we never want to be. And just to be clear, everybody keeps going, this is a body shop. This is not a body shop. I know nothing about that business. So anyway, we did oppose West Side Auto Body, but only because the location was on Franklin. I think they were going to build now where Remax and Idaho Pizza is. Thank God we got Idaho Pizza. So, okay, I'm going to start through my presentation real quick. We're a business, we've been around a long time. This will be our 9th new facility we're planning in Nampa. In fact, there's where Darlene's Printing is. We built that in the 1920s. And in fact, that's our printing shop. The 30s, going through the 40s. Actually, I love that, Phone 18. And the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. I started in 1978 out on the boulevard. And then in 1999, because we were out of room, we were the first development in the Gateway Business District, and kind of anchored that out in the absolute middle of nowhere. I remember my dad going, "Are you out of your mind?" I'm really proud of our facilities. And this new one we have, Randy, you're an architect. This building's going to be pushing $200 a square foot, and it will be absolutely world class. Toyota has very high standards, and we're going to make sure we meet all of them. We were in the same room last month in front of Planning and Zoning. We had a unanimous approval from them, and I thank them very much for that. And we think we're getting ready to build a great project it's going to be a win for our employee, for our team, and for the city of Nampa. We think we are good partners with the city, and they've always been unbelievably helpful in helping us grow our business here. And just so you know, you're going to have a lot of auto dealers that need to grow in front of you in the next couple of years. In 2017, when we purchased this store, they were selling 1,800 cars a year. Last year, we did a little over 3,700. We had 24,000 service visits in 2017. And last year, in the middle of a pandemic, we had 36,000. Those are people coming in with a repair order for maintenance work, whatever they need. But so this building was designed in 2003, built in 2004. And this will be the first real expansion of it. And we're moving a whole lot of areas into this new facility, just so you know. But that's our main facility there. The land at the bottom, right here is where that's not going to show very well, is it? It's where we're planning to build, but it's still a lot of it's going to be retail display for automobiles. Next slide. Just want to let you know we're very involved in our community, as all the auto dealers are. You know, from the Ford Auto, or the Idaho, what do they call it? The Ford Idaho Auto Center. I think the auto dealers are the backbone of any community, from Ram Trucks at the Snake River Stampede. We're the title sponsors, and we're proud of it, for Babe Ruth Baseball, Youth Soccer, Optimus Football, and our current budget this year for community sponsorships is $152,000. And we're proud of that, and I'm proud of being a Nampa business. I've spent my whole life here. Here's our project. We've pushed it by design to the east to try to give a bigger buffer to the west. We back up, and you'll see in pictures here in a minute, really to the back of a strip mall. All their trash cans and everything are out there, and it is what it is. And like City Council mentioned, they think it's a nice buffer going from the strip mall into the office buildings. It'll be built, most of the pictures they just showed you are engineered metal buildings, as Randy will know. This is a pure masonry building. We looked at the other option. This is about 40 to 50% more expensive to build. But it'll be a first-class building that'll have a long lifespan. Next picture, we've kind of updated. The architects keep updating things. It does have a lot of glass. All the doors are glass. But we're moving, get over there. Our full accounting office, which is 8 people at this point, is going to move into this facility. All of our document storage, we generate 100,000 pages of paper a month, but all of our document storage is being moved in here. Additional parts, storage parts. We put a lot of cars on the internet. Our photo booth is in here where they take in and circle the cars around and take photos of them. We will have accessory install and new car get ready and used car reconditioning. Really, in our main facilities where the heavy line, we call heavy line mechanic work, is going to stay. And then all the light duty and a lot of the other things we do in our business, we're going to move into here. And again, it's just a factor of growth. Coming down here, I drove by the new health and safety building. That's growth. I remember the old police station. But that's what happens as we grow. So beautiful facility, 110 feet. Could you back up 2 slides? So from the edge of our building there to Brunson Street is 110 feet with a full landscape buffer. So we're trying to give as much room as we can there. Go ahead and go forward. That's the facility. So now I'd like to talk about GB1 and how we view Gateway Business District. It's a very mixed use, a lot of different things in there, over 120 different approved uses. And no automobile dealers are approved. And I'm not quite sure what we're here, but this is merely an extension and a normal growth of our business, just like 4-1 did. And unfortunately, I saw the Kindles just bought 19 acres in Meridian, and they're going to grow their deal there. We're staying here in Nampa. So that's kind of the encompassing deal. Next slide, please. So what we're talking about is up in that upper left-hand corner. We already have about 3 acres there that is under asphalt for display, but 8 large auto dealerships, Walmart, the Votech School, the Idaho Center, the Equine Hospital, fast food, lot of different uses in GB1. A couple of pictures of recent projects that were built. So this is just due west, large storage area, just, what they go in 3-4 years ago. Nicely done, but it's just all metal buildings and doors. Here's the Corwin deal, Corwin Ford. Nice building. Ours will be a lot nicer than that, but a lot of glass on the front. A dance studio, a metal building, Amazon, the horse center, Mitsubishi dealerships right next door. And I don't know, so Ditch Witch, which is a large mechanical, they just purchased the property, which is going to be due north of the gentleman representing these folks. And they just bought that, or at least they stopped by and told us they just bought that 5 acres. And it's going to be a big tractors, farms, implement dealership right there. So Ditch Witch will be right there and in between the lumber yard and the Mitsubishi store. Next slide. So just completed the Fish and Game. Big metal building, big metal shops with metal doors, all in GB1. So GB1, bowling alleys, dry cleaners, mortuaries, freight transfer points, farm and garden supply, a lot of diverse use. And I get people, they build a building and then they go, okay, now everybody has to do what we did. But I don't think that's what GB1 was meant to be. And I know it's not what the developer who developed all that land we're talking about right now wanted. Next slide. So there's 3 or 4.5 pages of uses for GB1. There they all are, a lot of them. And auto dealers is over there in one of the first uses. This is a letter from the developer who owned all that property we're talking about now. I know probably 40 acres in there. Kevin Spencer from Bend, Oregon. And he goes, we approve the design and the use, strongly support the addition to the Idaho Center Retail Park in Nampa, Idaho. If you want to be in an area that is nothing but all Class A or Class B office space, you probably ought to check with the developer before you buy the land, and you probably ought to check with the zoning. Or you ought to buy the land. It was for sale for 10 years. And then you can do it any way you want. Any of the slides on there? No. So kind of wrap it up here. We think it's going to be a beautiful project. We're going to spend in the area of $5 million on this project. It'll be world class. We think the auto dealers are going to have to help them grow. If a chiropractor needs more room, it's pretty easy to rent some more space or move to a different building. Auto dealerships, we're kind of like high schools. We're kind of planted, and we've got to, everything interacts with your parts, your service, your people. Everything has to work together. And it's very difficult to go to just take things to other areas. Plus, nobody likes auto dealers. That's why we moved out there in the first place. And then everybody followed us. Yeah, everybody's growing at a rapid pace. Nampa is certainly, the growth is even scary, but we've got to meet our customers' needs. Right now, you call my dealership to get an oil change, it's over a week. And so we're going to make an investment, make sure we take good care of our customers, and we really appreciate your help in accomplishing that.
Okay, council, stay right there. Do you have any questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
Dave, thanks for the presentation. You've touched on a few things that I tried to highlight earlier, that there's a design review process. You've already started making modifications there. I was going to make sure that you're aware that there's going to be some conditions that you're going to have to meet, blazing standards, articulation of, well, all of that he mentioned will come forward in that next process. So you'll be seeing even more requests of you from a design standpoint. So you're aware of that.
Very much so.
And the only question I had for you is, there was in the comments by Planning and Zoning, an area of about 40 to 50 cars outside that might be overnight. Where are they located at in this site plan?
You know, vehicles that are in process, my guess would be they'll be behind the building.
Behind the building, be on the east side.
And I don't think there's going to be 40 or 50. You know, I'm not sure. You don't know where growth's going to take you, but they would probably be on that northern tier and on the eastern, if you look right there. So along the north and along the east.
My final question then is, the application or the packet indicated aftermarket accessories installation. You said new and used vehicles. That's not auto body work. You talked about the service of these vehicles as far as undercarriage stuff, the oil and, oil changes. That's going to be in your other facilities. Is that correct? Or it will be
Correct.
Okay, so not in this facility.
There will be, what we will do here is take new vehicles as soon as we receive them. They have to go through a lot of inspections and new vehicles before they're ready for sale. They call it a pre-delivery PDI. And then used vehicles, you'll come in and you'll clean them, wash them. You might put brakes on them. You're going to recondition a vehicle to get it ready for sale, but it'll be done inside. And that's what we do at our location today.
So it's all inside the
But we don't have any plans to replace transmissions or overhaul engines or do that type of thing at this facility.
Mr. Edmark, thanks. Just for clarification there, this is not wrecked cars. This is like adding bed liners.
We don't work on wrecked cars.
So I think,
We have Treasure Valley Auto Body do all our auto body work. I wish we had one closer there in Meridian.
so should there be cars outside at night, these will be functioning cars that are just waiting?
Yeah,
for
they're
service.
just like cars parked in the parking lot. Your beautiful trade-in that you traded in.
Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, so I need to clarify in our procedures here. In this type of hearing, the applicant gets to come back after the public hearing. Do the Edmarks come back after the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, that's the
code right now.
Okay. Madam Mayor, after the applicant, let me take a quick look at the code with staff. Go ahead and proceed through the public hearing process, just members of the public that want to testify for their 3 minutes. And then we can answer the question on rebuttal for you.
And then, did Miles want to speak, or do you want to speak during public hearing?
I wasn't sure how long he was going to take, so I was going to, if he missed up or ran out of time, I was going to speak, but I'm good for now.
Well, you're welcome as part of the presentation to finish up.
We're good.
You're good right now? Okay. Okay.
Thank you
I
very
don't think
much.
there's any other questions. Thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing, and I just want to say thank you for the patience. We don't do this type of hearing very often, so our process is just a little different. And Wow, okay, so we'll step right into public hearings. So as a public hearing, the next person on the agenda to speak is Michael and Heidi Chu. Are you here? We are. Thank you. So are you going to both? You may. Yes, it is. So Michael, and then I won't say this every single time someone comes forward. When you do come forward, please state your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. And I do have a hand up. May I hand that to
Yes,
the
you
clerk,
may.
please? Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for hearing me. My name's Michael Chu, P.O. Box 406, Eagle, Idaho, 83616. I represent Reasonable Rentals, which is a small family property owner that owns 16211 North Brinson Street, which is a 19,500 square foot, two-story multi-tenant Class A office building directly across the street from the proposed conditional use permit. Reasonable Rentals acquired the property with the understanding that the city of Nampa was seeking to attract new investment and new businesses looking to locate medical office and office users into the Gateway Business Park 1 or GB1. Keeping new construction in the Gateway Business District compatible in quality and design to the Idaho Center Business Park is imperative to us. The investors and purchasers and tenants have acted in reliance upon the Gateway Business zoning and character of the development that is consistent with such zoning. The industrial looking or auto reconditioning or whatever you want to call it is really a light industrial use. It is not consistent with the surrounding office properties. My client spent a lot of money on this property with the understanding that, it's going to be, you guys are trying to seek to develop more office users into the area. Instead of having them go off to Meridian or to downtown Boise, you want to keep office users in Nampa. And this is a beautiful project that does just that. In adopting its ordinances, the city of Nampa clearly distinguished large retail auto sales uses from auto body, auto repair, or reconditioning. This is reconditioning, wherever you want to call it, is what it is. It's an industrial use. While a reputable body shop or reconditioning, such as Edmark is proposing, it certainly belongs in Nampa, it will serve the interests of the residents. It does not belong in the Gateway Business District that is presently attracting businesses such as hospitals, higher education facilities, doctors, Class A medical use. If you have a starting up, if you want to keep office product in Nampa, Class A office product in the Gateway Business Center, your gateway, this is a great opportunity. Putting a light industrial use is not. It's not compatible with the surrounding commercial and professional neighborhood. In the interest of the public are best served by preserving the vision of the Gateway Business District. And if you take a look at the pictures I provided, the first one is the view of the current where the Edmark truck is. That looks directly off onto our property and our project. The picture down below is the Idaho Business Park where most of the owners are located. On page 2, you're trying to develop hotel users, office users, that niche. I mean, the entire GB1 is right there, almost surrounded by auto dealership. So the Edmark Toyota building is down below that picture. And on the third page, basically is my client's building, Summit Professional Building, which is Class A two-story olive, which will look directly down into the site obscuring fencing, whatever's in there, cars parked, reconditioned, or whatever. And then below is the current vehicle servicing building for Edmark. As you can tell, the styles are dramatically different. So in closing, I would say, please, we don't want this use here. Again, if required, we would approve, we would prefer at least something that's more consistent with the buildings next door. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, Heidi.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for hearing our conversations about all this. I kind of echo what Michael said. My name is Heidi Chu, and my address is P.O. Box 406 Eagle as well. I'd like to echo a lot of what he also said, but in the interest of time, I will just highlight a couple of other things. Again, you've heard this many times, but the appearance is very different from our buildings across the street versus the proposed Edmark building. I know we've kind of gone over and over about style and all that type of thing, and perhaps there's something you can help us with that as far as making it look more compatible with the rest of the buildings across the street. We were also disappointed because we did rely, when we purchased the building, that it would be like type medical office, and that it would also help cross-pollinate our business with those businesses where there'd be customers. But our understanding is these will just be employees that will be bringing the cars over, but they won't be coming and becoming our customers or interested in leasing or patronizing those businesses. And so we just ask that the city would preserve the vision of the Gateway Business District. I realize that it's a conglomeration of a lot of different types of uses, but from my understanding, NAMPA had wanted some high-end business office medical use there specifically for the hospital type of auxiliary use and leasing and office and such. So, and one last thing, we are concerned about the impact of the value of the property, and that our second floor will be looking down onto the property. And we are just not sure. We want to ensure that we are looking at something that's compatible with our building. So thank you very much.
Okay, so we have Miles next, unless we want to defer, I don't know, to closing. Okay, so we may call you back. We need to find out what the code is. Okay, the next person we have down is Diane Chacham. I'm sorry, I'm sure I just mispronounced a name, and so thank you for coming and stating your name and giving your address.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for hearing our voices. I am Diane Chacon, and I live at 5744 North Big Cedar Avenue, Meridian, Idaho, 83646. So about 15 years ago, I went into partnership with Dave Evans Construction, and we started building just down the street, Idaho Center Boulevard and Birch Road, the Aspen Creek Business Center, which encompasses College of Western Idaho buildings. There are a lot of retail. There's office buildings down there, very nice office buildings. And this was about 12 acres of land. And so in keeping with what the comprehensive plan is for a gateway business, the city of Nampa has spent a considerable amount of time. I've looked at the comprehensive plan. You spent an enormous amount of time developing this, and it's a great strategy, I think, for every gateway into Nampa. And this is a beautiful area. It is the first exit that you come to off of Nampa. And I think that all we want to do is be good neighbors. Okay, Mr. Edmark does want to expand. It's very convenient for his business. It's just across the street. I understand that. But I understand also that we have spent a considerable amount of money developing these properties, working with design review. They have not been easy on us. They have consistently held high standards for us, as you can see from the buildings. The most current building that we've developed is, I don't have one for everyone, but this is the Century Building, we call it. And our idea was to, and we built the Summit Building in partnership with Dave Evans Construction, but we wanted to attract medical office. St. Alphonsus was expanding across the street, and we thought this is a great opportunity for us to attract medical to this area. And it has. We started with rents at $17 a square foot in Nampa, and they're at $22 right now. $22 a square foot. The only other place in the Ada County is Boise, downtown Boise, that gets rents that high. So we have done a great job in trying to bring in businesses that are going to create a lot of revenue, money for the city of Nampa, bringing those medical clients, people, there's high demand for that kind of business. We work with a broker who tells us all the time, there is nothing in this, on this side of Nampa to lease to these people. We're the only ones building anything that is of that quality. So I wanted to make sure that, you know, when we first looked at building there was a hotel plan. So now it's industrial use. Thank you for your time.
I know it's distracting when that sign comes up. It totally makes it tough. Anyway, thank you so much. Ryan. And thank you for going ahead and giving me a minute.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Ryan Owsley. I'm at 16111 North Brinson Street, right across. I'm a dermatologist in town. I've been in practice here since 2002. I joined Seltzer Medical Group, right, and was at Mercy North forever. And when they were getting bought with St. Luke's, I wanted to stay independent. And so I decided to purchase land in the area we're talking about and build my own practice. And this concerns me a lot. I'm right across the street. It's not what I thought of when I built my practice there. I worry about attracting other partners. If any of you, I know Mr. Edmark showed pictures of the Gateway Business District. That's not what it looks like in the Idaho Center business plan. It's all professional office buildings. It's upscale, it looks nice. And so my concern is about attracting a partner, growing my practice with industrial use across the street. It doesn't look, I can't say what it's going to look like now, but what was shown now is not what I envisioned when I bought the land and built my practice. And I think that's what all of us tenants have thought. And so I would just ask the committee to consider the other practices in there. Dr. Gregerson could be here tonight, but he's also a partner in the building with me, and I know he feels the same way. So anyway, thanks for your time, and I won't take too much more. Thank you.
So I don't have anyone else signed up. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify this evening that is not signed up? Okay, then I have a quick question. What did we determine the answer was regarding coming back on with both?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you said, this is a little unusual, but this is the way the process proceeds. First, you have the appellant, as they went first. Then you have staff. Then you have the applicant. Then you have the public. Then you have the appellant to offer any closing remarks on their side, and then the applicant makes any concluding remarks.
So I think, thank you, Mr. Houston. It would be your turn to get to come back and make your closing remarks.
Thank you again, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm glad that so many of my clients were able to come tonight and to tell you about their businesses and to provide a full understanding of what the business of what the Gateway Business District means to them and their hopes for the future, their desire to continue to make it a gem for the city of Nampa. I also would like to respond to some of the remarks from the applicant for the permit. During Mr. Edmark's presentation, he showed pictures of some storage and some lumber property. Those properties are actually to the north of ours. If we pull up my Exhibit 5. And if we go to the first page. So again, just to reorient the council. So our properties are on the other side of Brinson Street. the lumber and the storage facilities that were shown are to the north of both the subject and our properties. They're not really in our view, and they're not a detriment for that reason. That this is not it's not something that a customer for one of my clients would notice when they were driving in. One of the other things that I'd like to speak to. So during Mr. Edmark's presentation, he spoke about the high standards that Toyota imposes, and unfortunately, we haven't seen anything from the applicant showing any as-builts, any examples of other facilities that are that have been built elsewhere in the United States. I did ask the applicant, I did ask Mr. Edmark for some examples of other facilities that have been built of this type for Toyota, and I was not provided with those, and no as-builts have been submitted here. We are to take it at Mr. Edmark's word that whatever is built will be to Toyota's standards, but we don't really have a good understanding of what those are. And again, I think that touching one more time on the use versus design component, in the staff report and the presentation that you received from the associate planner, Mr. Bodley, he provides the council some examples from the matrix of automobile-related uses that are allowed, some that are conditional, and some that are not allowed. And I think the question for the council on that piece is to decide in your discretion, based upon the evidence that you've heard today, whether it's more along the lines of a disallowed industrial use, or we would disagree with this, or if it's more in line with a use that can be conditionally permitted. I appreciate the comments from the applicant concerning the desire to grow a business. We have the same desires, and we would like to see the growth of the Gateway Business District occur in a way that facilitates growth for everyone, not growth for one specific business. So that I will have a seat unless the council has questions.
Thank you, council. Do you have any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, so Mr. Edmark, would you like to, whomever?
Sorry, to keep
Closing
you guys
comments.
long. So, we're going to show just the map of the area again, but to answer council, Toyota didn't provide me with other facilities, and I didn't expect them to, and I don't have as-built because we haven't got an approval yet. So probably got to take it the right steps. So what I want to just point out real quick is the development. So Kevin Spencer of Jericho Development, if we could mouse around the whole area up there in the northwest corner, that entire area was owned by Kevin Spencer. And again, Kevin's the developer, and he's totally in favor of our project and totally in favor of everything from Ditch Witch to Mitsubishi to it's great there's office, and I think mixed is great. It'd be like me saying, well, no, nothing out here but car dealerships. This is a car dealer area, you can't do that. The world doesn't work that way, and GB1 doesn't work that way. But again, if you look at that council, who he's representing, when they moved in, they had a Mitsubishi store to the northeast. They had a very large lumber yard to due north, a very large storage unit complex to the northwest, a Toyota dealership to the south, Jack in the Box and Sonic to the west, and a strip mall with the burrito place, thank God, and a bank. So It's not going to be all Class A business space. I think that's great, but it's a part of that development and the entire GB1 of those other 120 mixes. So anyway, thank you very much.
Council, do you have any questions? So, yes, he's next.
Parker, I think I know the answers, but just one point of clarification for Mr. Edmark just mentioned that there were already these businesses in place. Is that correct?
Councilman, yes, that is right.
But the land that was sold to these A1 beautiful buildings, were those sold by the same developer? That land?
Councilman Haverfield says yes.
Okay.
And
I'm not-
might have another comment.
You would need to come forward, Daniel. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to let anybody testify from their seat, so thank you.
Especially you, Daniel.
Yeah.
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, the lumberyard, it was developed in the county. It predates anything else out there. The car dealership, where the Mitsubishi car dealership is, was not developed by Mr. Spencer. It predated that. The other buildings and some of those other buildings that were along Idaho Center and there were developed prior to the buildings that they are talking about now. But those ones north of Hunt Avenue were not developed
Well,
by
my main
Mr.
question is
Spencer.
the land where these beautiful A1 buildings are, was that the same developer that sold that land as sold the land to, for instance, Edmark?
That is all part of the same development that Kevin Spencer did,
And
yes.
so the developer, whose name I'm not going to be able to pronounce, but would be aware of kind of what his plans were, whatever, questions could be asked. I know you're not going to answer that. I'm just trying to put myself in his place. So the decision was made to put these beautiful professional buildings, which I will admit, I'm totally in favor of mixed use, in an area where these other auto bodies, et cetera, as far as salesmanship, and these other businesses were already in place.
Mayor, Councilman Brunner, they were pre-existing to
And
those
I don't
buildings
know,
going
no
in.
one had a crystal ball, but Napa has probably expected to grow. And whenever you grow and you have a larger population, you're going to have more demand for business, no matter what the business is. With the chance that auto salesmanships will grow also. Anyway, I'm making a point. I'm having you up here, but I'm just saying those decisions you make. You don't have a crystal ball, but you know if you have something close in proximity to where you plan on building, there's that chance that that's going to happen. So anyway, I just want to make sure, as far as GD1, you 120 different possibilities. So when you go into a zoning area like that, Parker, then you know that there's going to be 119 other possibilities that may go in around you.
Councilman, that's correct. Yeah.
That's all I need. Thank you.
For the council, are there any other questions before we close public hearing? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion. What is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, I have a little history on this area. Had a client fly in out of California that was interested in property, very limited potential in Napa for the type of use that he would have brought in, which is, I guess, quasi-industrial, commercial office. That area had some merit. We met with the developer. There were no limitations on their use. Someone you would even know, Darrell, with Mill Power. High-paying jobs geared toward the airline industry. It would have been a great company to come into town. But it would have been, the properties available would have been next to a potential veterinary practice across the street from these other uses that we're talking about. So there was actually, we did conceptual planning for it. David Bills was even involved with it. So, I mean, that area was meant to be flexible in what would it allow. So when we, then, again, back to my premise earlier, and I'm sorry if I came across as being out of line, but basically the process is this. We've been asked to, this appeal to deny the conditional use approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. That's perfectly fine. But to get into what it should look like and design and everything else, it has not been allowed to move further down the path. There is a design review commission. I sat on it for 5 years. I know the process. There is an appeal process through the design review commission. So this is a noticed meeting. Anybody can attend. So they could come forward and actually come and speak to their concerns about aesthetics. And that body is not a whole lot different than this one, made up of people that are citizens of Nampa mostly, that listen and try to understand and make good decisions based upon the merit of what's presented to them. So denying this to move forward, or I guess asking us to step in ahead of that process, I don't think is right. Now, if it's appealed, then it's appealed back through, the same funneling process that would get it back to us anyway. So I think what I've heard is that the Planning and Zoning Commission didn't have a problem with the use. Didn't really spend a whole lot of time on the design aspects of it, knowing that it would go on to design review. There was an issue of some screening of some vehicles and the possible, the question of aftermarket accessory installation or wash bays or whatever it might have versus it being more of an automotive maintenance location, which it's not. It doesn't sound like to me. I think there are requirements through the districts as far as for Gateway, we can look at that. There are requirements as far as in the design review submission where glazing has to take up at least 25% of the primary fronts of the building, along with articulation and movement and different things, different texture types and material types. So I think that would take place under the natural flow of things. So I don't have a problem with this application, the way that it's been presented to Planning and Zoning and approved at that body. So I can't support the appeal.
Making a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny the appeal, but I would state to the I don't know, were you the applicant or were you the appellant or whatever? I'm not an attorney, but I would just, again, as I've stated, if you look at our ordinance, I think it's chapter 34. I think it's chapter 34 for the design review process. It lists out there what are the requirements for building facades, glazing, different types of materials. Concrete block is allowed use with with metal accents, but not, to your point of it being a metal building, it's not allowed in that as far as the design element. Now, the building that was sited next to the Ford dealership was probably more compatible, and where it was located, maybe there was some concern or not lack of concern for what it would look like. I don't know. But this building would definitely have a lot of scrutiny on it because it's visible from Canada or Idaho Center Boulevard. So I would just state to you, when it goes to the Design Review Commission, if it passes tonight, that you come forward and state your same concerns. They will listen. They'll make a ruling based upon that, which is binding at that point, or you can appeal it. So anyway, I'll make the motion to deny the appeal tonight.
I'll second that and with discussion. And I know the Ed Marks, please, I know you're going to make everything as possibly as beautiful as possible for your neighbors so they can grow, they can expand, bring in new doctors. We all want that. We want a happy neighborhood there. So I'll second that.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I ask a question to staff, or is it too late?
I don't think it's too late for staff, but legal? No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I may have missed it in the packet. When was that property purchased by Edmark?
Councilman, it is under contract to be purchased, so it hasn't been finalized yet.
So I thought.
We
They own it, sorry.
So on the discussion, just to confirm, your motion is just to deny the appeal, but there isn't anything to say that to design in keeping with design standards of the area?
No, Mayor, I don't think
Because it's a given, is that correct?
right. Again, being on the commission, I know what we look for. I know what, with some recent changes for multifamily housing, what, have changed at that level, but I think the scrutiny is already there and will be placed on this building, so I don't think it's necessary to add anything additional.
Mayor, if I can interrupt for just a second. The design review isn't a public hearing, but they do allow people to come up and make statements.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I appreciate this conversation, and I know it's hard. I work at St. Luke's. We look at Amalgamated Sugar and Costco. I don't have people not come to our facility because we have Amalgamated and Costco in our backyard. We do get asked, does it stink in the building? I think the biggest concern is probably traffic. But Dr. O'Berry's my chiropractor, and I would follow him from Iowa over there because I have a relationship with him. I don't think you're going to have patients not come there because you have the Edmarks in your backyard. I think when you have Amazon in your backyard, you have all these businesses, I think you have a great market to pull from. I don't see that it's going to likely be an impediment to getting patients. We struggle with traffic. We're going to struggle mightily with traffic moving forward out at Marketplace. I think that's going to be our biggest issue, hands down. The growth gives you a great market advantage. So I think I'm trying to put myself in your shoes from the perspective of the industry I work in, which is medical, and I think you have a real opportunity rather than an impediment. I know the Edmarks are great community partners. They will work diligently with you to make sure that this works. And so I think those will be the first of many of these issues that are going to happen because we just have so much growth. So I'm really curious to see how you work this out. And I know that it will actually benefit everybody. And I will come out and continue to come out. I'll drive across town to frequent, my physician or my chiropractor who's over there. So I think you'll have others who do the same.
Mayor? Can I make a comment? I'm also a chiropractor. I just purchased a 4,700 square foot building in Nampa and building a 3,000 square foot building in Caldwell. So I see where Dr. Yu and many of the people on the ones that were against it, I see where they're at. If I just bought my building and the car lot would go next to my office, I would not be happy at all. So I see where you're coming from. I wouldn't be happy either. So it's just a difficult situation. I understand the free market approach too, where if someone purchases something, they should be able to do something. And I get it's just a complicated issue where there's things on both sides that make it very, very difficult. But just wanted to state that someone that just has purchased buildings, I would not be happy at all if I bought something, spent my whole life savings to go into your practice. You have a large clientele. You see 200 people a week or more, maybe 400, maybe 100, whatever it is, coming in and seeing a car lot next to it. I can just see exactly where you're coming from. So see both sides of the story. It's a difficult situation. And that's what makes this council probably the worst job in America sometimes.
But pay is great, so.
I do agree. Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So I think, I feel for you all. I sit here listening to everybody and they want something good right next to their business. Yes, I understand. I would too. Edmark is an established business and have been there for years. But also on the other side, what they do for our community. We can't forget that. And so, tough decision, but I too will not approve the city appeal from where it stands on its own merits.
Just want to make one comment that I really liked was the tree-lined area. When I go down a corridor, what makes an area beautiful are the tree-lined areas. And I think that is a great addition, and I think that you'll like seeing that, and that actually will create a beautiful barrier. And that's one thing that we need out there more of are trees. The trees lining those streets are going to make such a big difference. And I think that's a really positive addition to what has been there, which has been a lot and probably pretty dusty. So I think there can be some real positives even in the midst of a challenge. So, and thank you to this group too. To every single person here, those that have your businesses, Ed Marks, for investing in Nampa and for doing your business here. It is greatly appreciated. It's important. And so thank you to all of you. With that, are there any further comments or discussion? We have a motion on the table. We're ready for roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Bauer? No. Bruner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Sandy Levi never was on, is that correct? Okay, just wanting to make sure. Okay. And that concludes public hearing number 1 of, I think, 5 this evening.
It's only 2 hours.
So, thank you. You guys are welcome to leave. You don't have to stay. And I would like to say, because we've been sitting here for almost 3 hours, I apologize to those waiting. We're going to take a quick break. And so, to council, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back. We go.
Where's Victor?
Okay, we're ready for item number 6.2 on the agenda. This is a development agreement modification to modify a concept plan and allow light industrial and commercial uses. This is, again, in the zoning map amendment for Gateway Business Number 1 to Industrial Park for Fuller 84 Business Park, located at the northwest corner of Star Road and East Franklin intersection. For Bow River Capital, representing Franklin Star Development. Is our applicant with us this evening? Hello. Thank you. I think you probably, I don't need to tell you, but I will, that go ahead and state your name and your address. And yes, thank you for taking that mask off.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Bauer. My address is 601 West Bannock in Boise. I'm a land use attorney with Gibbons Pursley, and we're here tonight representing Bow River Capital. Before I get started, I do want to thank planning staff, Parker. I know how slammed he is, and he's been responding to all my emails late at night. So thanks, Parker. And I also want to thank you guys for your time tonight. Appreciate it. I know that was a long hearing. We'll try to be brief. First, right off the bat, we have reviewed the staff report and all the conditions of approval for this project. We're in full agreement with all the conditions proposed by staff, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission and their recommendation of approval. So Bow River Capital is new to the Valley, so I just want to give you a little background on them. They're based out of Denver, Colorado. They're a real estate and investment firm. And again, although they're new to Nampa and the Treasure Valley, they have industrial and multifamily commercial product throughout the Mountain West. I wanted to throw up just a couple examples of their products in Arizona, Utah, and then lastly, Nevada on the right there. This is Bow River's most recent industrial project that they completed. It's in Thornton, Colorado, which is a suburb of Denver. I show this to you because I'm going to come back to it later when we talk specifically about our project. We're going to use the same architect and team on our project, so we think it'll look a lot like this. We do have 2 applications before you tonight.
I'm sorry, I'm just,
It's all right.
it's the motion
I
to
know.
close that door. Thank you so much.
The noise takes the heat off me. We do have 2 applications before you tonight. One is a DA mod and the other is a rezone. We're going to be asking you to rezone this property from GB1 to the city's industrial park IP zone. So the property at issue here, you're probably all very familiar with. It's just north of the Amazon site. It's 62 acres on the northwest corner of Star and Franklin Road. The comp plan map is on the right there. We're designated as community mixed use in the comp plan map. And again, we are zoned Gateway Business 1. So far, although being annexed in 2011 with a development agreement, this property's remained vacant for about, the last decade almost exactly. Bow River started looking at Nampa. They're looking all over the Mountain West, like I said, but Nampa specifically, their market research showed that there was a pretty significant imbalance of supply and demand. So these are some numbers from our broker, TOK, who I know you're all familiar with. But so overall industrial vacancy in the city of Nampa right now is just under 1%. There's only about 40,000 square feet of total industrial space available in all of Nampa, which is incredibly low. We'd say a robust market would have 5 to 7% vacancy. But it's even more acute in Class A, which is what our project will be. So high value, newer industrial, the vacancy right now is almost 0.5%, so 4.5%. So a really high market demand for this type of product in the city. Another kind of staggering fact I just wanted to share with you. In the Treasure Valley, in the first quarter of this year, so just January to end of March, the market has absorbed 750,000 square feet of industrial space, and that's in the Treasure Valley. So again, it's high demand, and the employers and businesses are coming to the area that need this space. Okay, so here is a slide of our site plan, our conceptual site plan sort of overlaid on the last map I showed you. We are proposing a two-phase project essentially. So on the west side of the site, on the left side, we're going to build 3 spec industrial buildings, totaling approximately 425,000 square feet. These will be turnkey spaces available for businesses looking to come to Nampa and they want to hit the ground running. So Bow River Capital will build these spec. We expect to invest approximately $100 million to build these 3 buildings. And we're looking for tenants that are light industrial, light manufacturing, considering the proximity, supportive e-commerce solutions, distribution, things like that. So your light industrial uses to commercial uses. We do plan on starting construction on phase 1 basically as soon as possible. So if we get the go-ahead from you here today, we've already talked with engineering staff. We have an engineer. We have plans ready. We have retained ESI, very reputable general contractor, to do this project. And as I mentioned, the architect is going to be an architect out of Denver, Gray Wolf Architecture. They do industrial, again, all over the West. On the left is a conceptual plan they did for that Thornton, Colorado site, and then the right is the actual building that was constructed. Again, we want to bring a similar product like this in phase 1. Phase 2. The commission gave us some flack for this. It's not planned, but that's intentional. Our market research, in addition to showing the need for spec space, also showed that there's a lot of big employers looking to the Nampa market that want to build a suite site, something big that's entitled and shovel ready. So we want to leave phase 2, the east side of our site, open for that kind of user. We think that'll be beneficial to the city and beneficial to us to get the highest and best use for that space. If we finish phase 1 and that use hasn't come along yet, we anticipate a very similar 3 to 4 buildings, another 400,000 square feet of spec building on that east side. And again, sorry, I want to give you the timing. Assuming we start construction on phase 1 right now, we do believe we'll have product ready towards the end of 2020. Okay, so now to the applications. Again, we're asking you for a rezone from GB1 to IP, Industrial Park. And a rezone is necessary in this case because what the market's shown us is that a site this size and the uses that are being demanded need that IP zoning for the uses to be allowed as a matter of right in the zone. The GB1 zone also supports a lot of the uses we're looking at, but they're all conditional uses or have other restrictions that would require more entitlements that make it difficult to bring businesses to the site right away. So again, the purpose of the rezone tonight is just to make the expected uses allowed in the zone, so we're not coming back to you for more entitlements in the future. Making sure that the uses that are in demand are allowed is critical for Bow River because, as I mentioned, we're building spec buildings, so it's a huge investment to lay out if we don't have certainty that the uses we expect are going to be allowed. In this case, I'm going to get into the details real quick on the rezone, but again, we're zoned community mixed use. This is the city's zoning matrix. So if you go up to the purple column, slide down to the row that says Industrial Park, the box is checked. So the zoning we're asking for tonight is supported by the city's zoning matrix. And we also think the zoning we're asking for is compatible with our surroundings. Flipping back to the site plan map, we have pretty intensive commercial and industrial uses all around us. We have Project Bronco to the south. We have Lactalis to the east. And then if I zoom back a little bit further, up to the north, they're just cut off a little bit, but you have actual land zoned light industrial that's Centennial Plastics and Image Signs and Idacold. So we have industrial uses up on our north side. And lastly, in support of the rezone, I just state, we're fulfilling a lot of your comprehensive plan goals here. We're bringing economic diversity, jobs, et cetera, which I know your comp plan is heavily in favor of. Not knowing the uses, we can't say for sure what the employment levels will be, but again, our brokers, TOK and other folks generally say for every 1 million square feet of commercial, you can expect about 1,000 jobs. So we expect 800-ish new jobs with this development. Next, not as much fun, but I do want to run through the development agreement modification real quick. We're not asking for any material changes to the text of the development agreement, but in 2011, when a former developer, a prior developer got that land zoned, they did ask for a conceptual site plan. That site plan doesn't support our project, so really what we're asking you to do is sub out our conceptual site plan in place of the previous conceptual site plan, which we don't really think is viable at this point. It had quite a bit of mixed use, retail, restaurants, hotels, and given the way that this area has been developing, we think our use is a little more compatible. And then lastly, I do want to briefly touch on some of the conditions of approval. As I mentioned, we're in full agreement with all the conditions of approval from the commission as well as staff. But I did want to point out 2 conditions, and I'm glad I brought these up because this was a hot topic in your last hearing. Mayor Kling, as well as your planning director, both commented on our application early on, and they said, Commission, if you approve, we'd really like to see a couple aspects of the GB1 zone remain on this project. Those 2 things are design review and then the buffering and landscape standards. So our project will keep the GB1 buffering standards, landscape standards, so the tree line streets, as well as the design review standards. So we'll go through all those approvals and have to meet Chapter 34, as Councilmember mentioned, for our project. So we ultimately want this to look like a cohesive part of the Gateway Business District, just with slightly modified uses that are in high demand. And again, will provide a lot of economic benefit to the city. So yeah, in conclusion, we think, this is a great site. There aren't a lot of sites this size left in the city or left in the city for this type of use. We think it's a great location because of the size and because of the adjacent Amazon. I know at the time Amazon was approved, there was a lot of discussion about, new development coming with supportive services, and we think we're that. And so we thank you for your time and ask you for your approval. Stand for any questions.
Questions from council?
Here, a couple of questions.
Absolutely.
So you're talking about leased buildings, high bay storage type, cold storage? What are you looking to provide there?
Mayor Kling, Councilmember Haverfield, with these buildings, we're still trying to be as reactive to our tenants as possible, but right now it's looking like spec high bay industrial. With that said, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we have already, just filing this application, we started to get inquiries, and cold storage was one of them, but very preliminary.
Proximity to the plant just to the north of you or on this property would kind of lend itself to that, because I knew they were looking at expansion capability at one time. But as far as the way that this set up, are you looking at semi deliveries, cross-dock potential? I mean, what are you looking at as far as in these buildings?
Mayor Kling, Councilmember Haverfield, yes, we do anticipate truck traffic. And I think it's sort of hard these are such large sites, you sort of lose scale. But if you look in the bottom right of the site plan there at the Amazon site, you can see the tractor trailers lined up there. And so, our site is similarly very large, and we're planning for that type of use as well.
But limited office, more warehouse bays, manufacturing bays. Autoval to the east obviously has developed a new plant. They have a fairly large outdoor storage area for the product that they put out. Are you going to be providing similar type capability? You're kind of limited with this layout, so that's why I'm asking.
Mayor Kling, Councilmember Haverfield, I'll answer the first question, which is Well, I'm sorry. Maybe restate your question, but I can say that we aren't going to be offering office uses. In terms of what the physical appearance will be like towards the facade, I think I would direct us back to the mock-up that I showed you. Does that answer the question? Or are you talking more about outdoor uses?
Well, I guess we're kind of getting off topic, I think, a little bit by reviewing a site plan. Because I draw conclusions looking at a site plan that maybe you hadn't thought of. So really what you're asking for is a zoning map amendment and a development agreement modification. We can get into the weeds as far as on the layout later on, but I'm sorry, I kind of got off topic a little bit maybe.
Mayor Kling, if I could, that is a great transition to a point I forgot to make. Well, first, thank you for the comment, because when we originally presented this to the commission, we didn't offer a site plan, and we were encouraged to do so. And so we brought this to you, and we have a lot of confidence that this is very close to what we're going to do. But again, with the design review, which we're agreeing to go forward with, there is a site plan component to that. And given the size of these buildings, of course, it's going to trigger a committee level review. So there will be another set of eyes from the city on whatever site plan we do ultimately come forward with.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, thank you so much. You'll have the opportunity to come
Thank you
back.
all. Absolutely.
Okay, Parker, are you on again? All righty.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The action requested from you tonight is the approval or denial of a zoning map amendment from GB1 to IP for the Fuller 84 Business Park with the modification of the development agreement. The property is located within city limits in the zone GB1. The lot totals 61.62 acres and is surrounded by GB1 to the north. Canyon County's own property to the east, being Lactalis, GB1 to the south, and GB1 to the west. Some history on the property. In July of 2008, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of annexation and zoning to GB1 because it was not in the city's interest at that time. In October of 2008, City Council remanded the annexation back to Planning and Zoning Commission, and no action was taken after that point. In October of 2011, the commission recommended approval of annexation with a development agreement. And in November 2011, City Council approved that annexation with the development agreement. Most recently, the commission approved with all conditions of staff with the addition that the development agreement include a list of prohibited uses that contains planned unit development, manufactured mobile home park, truck and bus parking lot, and petroleum storage. Those are uses that are prohibited. The future land use map designates the project area as community mixed use, and IP zoning fits within that designation. All utilities and services are available. There are 3 traffic signals that were placed as part of Amazon that will need to be moved to their ultimate location. These were unable to be placed in that location previously because of the inability to get the right-of-way dedication from the property owner. This would involve just moving the existing pole back to where its ultimate position on that property. And as engineering had stated before, that the signal pole is the correct size. They just need to move it back. Regarding the requested IP industrial park zone, a large variety of uses are permitted. If you wish to narrow that list of uses, you can add that condition to the approval, as the Planning and Zoning Commission had done. In 1018, it states the industrial park district is intended to create, preserve, and enhance areas containing manufacturing, and related establishments with limited external impact, with an open and attractive setting, typically appropriate to locations near major thoroughfares, freeways, and non-manufacturing areas. 1018 also gives further restrictions in the IP zone. 1018-2 states that some uses would require CUP if they create some kind of nuisance, either by sight, smell, or sound. 1018-6B requires that the buildable area of the lot not to exceed 60%. 1018-7 requires that exterior storage be behind the building and be screened. And 1018-12A requires that the operation of the businesses be entirely indoors. 1023 states that the required conclusions of law that the council must find and conclude for approval. It must be in harmony with the comprehensive plan. The use or uses would be compatible with adjoining uses. The zoning is compatible with the adjoining zones, would not create a spot zone, and would be in the interest of the public. The current development agreement encompasses the entire lot. It includes a concept plan and a landscape plan, which would be removed. Engineering has requested conditions be added, which are in the staff report, as well as planning and zoning department conditions, which were covered by the applicant. Any conditions that you would wish to impose would be added to that agreement as well. So this is the site plan that's in the current development agreement. As the applicant stated, it is primarily retail, hotel, restaurants. This is the landscape plan that's in the development agreement. It calls for a berm along Star Road. And that primarily was for lactalis, something that they requested. If you drive out there today, that there is a berm there currently. And perhaps it may be requested to add or leave that in place. The applicant has covered the concept plan, and that would be added to the development agreement. This is a concept. It's a bubble plan, so it's very general and can provide some leeway on what they can do there. In the comprehensive plan, it describes community mixed-use areas as developments that include commercial uses that provide community-wide needs and services. They should be along major transportation corridors and include public transportation access. Currently, the land is being used as ag land. The applicant is seeking a zone change because they want to avoid each tenant coming in for a CUP in the GB1 zone. The IP zone would allow for more of those uses by right, more industrial uses. A traffic impact study as well as frontage improvements will be required upon development. Engineering has stated that at this point, a traffic impact study would not be feasible just because there's too many unknown variables. It cannot be accurately completed until they know the types of users that are going to be in that space and have a more of a solid site plan in place. So that condition will be placed upon the development. We received correspondence from engineering, which we can go over if requested. They requested conditions would be added to the development agreement and the recommended conditions as well. And so we received a letter from Director Rodney Ashby here tonight. States, as requested by Mayor Kling and as envisioned in the NAMPA comprehensive plan, East Franklin Road is a significant gateway corridor into our community. The GB zones were created to ensure these gateway corridors maintain a consistent feel and appearance as envisioned in the comprehensive plan. As such, if the Nampa City Council wishes to approve the rezone and development agreement modification for Fuller 84 Business Park, I recommend including the landscaping, berm, setbacks, and design review standards required for the GB zoning districts and the development agreement, and that any structure constructed on the property be required to go through design review process as if it remained in that GB zoning district. Nampa Building Department requires that they be subject to Title IV building regulations. The conditions are those listed in the staff report, which I'd be glad to go over if you'd like. It consists of the conditions requested by engineering as well as the condition of GB zoning district standards to stay in place. So there's two motions to be made. First for the zoning map amendment and then for the development agreement modification. And I will stand for any questions.
Parker, I have a quick question for you. The recommended conditions of approval actually state that the owner developer will prepare and submit a traffic impact study. Yet I think I just heard you say prior to that it wouldn't be required at this time.
We can add that condition into it. They will eventually do it upon development. It just won't be something that they prepare up front.
Okay, so I'm just thinking if there were a motion to approve based and with recommended conditions of approval, is there clarity on the timing of that traffic impact study, or am I missing something? I maybe just didn't read it thoroughly enough. It could be me. I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're doing there.
Mayor, the city's policy on traffic impact studies would require it at the time of plating of the lot or at the time of building permit. We do not require it at the time of a rezone or development agreement. Those are the times that our current policy calls for it. The condition of approval is just that they will be required to do one in compliance with our policy.
So this is just referencing in the future?
Yep.
Okay, so not now. Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. I appreciate
Daniel?
it. Yes.
Before he sits down, I was going to ask you if I could ask Daniel. a
Yes,
question.
you may.
I appreciate you asking that question. I was going to ask the same question. If the traffic impact study would happen in phase 1 or phase 2, you don't have an answer.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, they would be required to do the traffic impact study prior to any issuance of building permit or approval of any plating action for that property. So they would do it with phase 1. If at that point they would need to have at least some concept of what they potentially would have in phase 2. If at that time when they did phase 2, it was significantly different than what they had previously proposed, we would at that time require them to update the traffic study to reflect what they actually develop with phase 2.
So I have a second question then. In the packet, it says all utilities are available to the properties within close proximity and have adequate capacity. What does adequate capacity indicate? I mean, if a water manufacturing facility, like Micron or someone like that wanted to come into this industrial park area, would they have the capacity or would they use up all the capacity?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, that is a general statement that we have capacity for typical type uses. If we are looking at a heavy water or wastewater industrial user, we would have to do an evaluation specific to that with the loadings that they would require to verify the capacity for something of that nature.
So by virtue of adequate capacity, it's just a general statement then. So what you're saying to me and to the developer as well, that they probably have already talked to you about what's available, what it's already been promised to others. So I just want to make sure we understand when we allow this, what we're actually saying.
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, that's correct. So for a typical general industrial use, non-heavy water user, heavy wastewater user, we have adequate capacity. We would evaluate on a specific case-by-case basis for anything a heavy water or wastewater industrial user.
Are there any other questions? Okay. So, Parker, thank you. This is a public hearing, and the only person that we had signed up was Jeff Bauer, who has already spoken. Is there anyone here that had intended to speak on behalf of this project this evening? Seeing none, Mr. Bauer, if you'd like to come back and give any closing comments or stand for any questions.
Thanks, Madam Mayor and Council. Jeff Bauer again, 601 West Bannock. I just have a couple things to add. Our understanding with the TIS is identical to the way staff has presented it. As we solidify our plans, we'll present the engineering department with the TIS, and if that TIS is based on uses that are not as intensive as eventually come, we will update that TIS and mitigate our impacts proportionally. For the services available at the site, we have met with the city engineers, our engineers have. We understand the capacity, but we do appreciate you flagging the issue for us. But other than that, I don't have anything else to add, so I'd just stand for any questions if you have any.
Council, are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions at all before we close public hearing? Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Council discussion. What would you like to do?
Question. Mayor, there's comments were made about discussion along the lines of GB1, keeping a portion of it as GB1, not all to becoming an IP zone. Can you speak to that a little bit more?
Actually, it wasn't to keep portions of it as GB1, but to follow the design guidelines of the tree-lined streets of GB1.
Okay, so
In
that,
other words, for design side, to maintain a corridor that is an attractive corridor.
so it wasn't creating two separate zones? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood what your intent was. And then the other is the design review requirement. So I didn't hear, did your motion include those two items?
Questions?
Requirement.
Second it.
And you seconded it? Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion before we move forward? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. And Brunner?
Awesome. Thank you. Be a great project. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Thank you for waiting. I know it does get kind of. I would like legal to answer that from a legal perspective, then I'd like council members.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Brunner, it's in the record, correct? It's in your packet. So the extent and length of the staff's presentation is kind of up to you. You do want them to cover the basics of it. If the public, they also have access to that packet and can take a look at it. So I think you control to a large degree, Madam Mayor and Council, how much staff presentation you want.
Councilman Bauer.
I was even had the idea that they could make a video in the, I don't know if that's way out there, but they, essentially what they're doing here, they do the video and it goes on the packet, or on the email. So if it needed to be, I mean, I don't need it. Yeah. I'm with you. We gotta make it more efficient.
Well, let's go ahead and get started with item number 6.3 on the agenda, and I'm going to ask Parker if you're on this one. Let's maybe not go through every piece of it word by word because it's going to be, it gets long sometimes. So we'll just speed it up a little bit.
Mayor,
So, thank you, yes.
I had one more comment. Maybe we can make a rule if there's no public testimony, it's in the packet, we've read it, then we don't need to read it again if we know it's not going to be controversial. Just idea, but we can discuss that later.
See. Okay, so let's move to the next one and let's see. So the next one, we don't have any public testimony. Well, we have Tyler, who is actually the applicant. So other than that, no public testimony. So let's go ahead and get started. So is the applicant here? Hi, come on forward. So Tyler, thank you for sharing your name and your address and tell us about what you're wanting to accomplish.
My name is Tyler DeLay. My address is 3006 East Denali Place in Nampa. In 2019, I went into partnership with two other gentlemen. We purchased a house at 512 South Elder, which is on the screen. It's the highlighted parcel, parcel A. Thanks, Parker. That building is currently used as a rental right now. And as you can see, to the east of that, there's another parcel that I'm proposing or I'm requesting approval for a variance on so that I can build a home to live in. 512 South Elder is a block from NNU. So I believe it offers a nice opportunity for long-term housing that doesn't put additional pressure on the street parking, because in my plans, there'll be a garage and another covered parking on the side. The property will be, the proposed building will be around 1,200 square feet. So it'll be a similar footprint to what is existing or the size of the existing structure. I'm applying for this variance because each lot will then be under the city requirements of 6,000 square feet. So right now, the entire property is 10,500 roughly square feet. The city requires 6,000 square feet per parcel. So the parcel that I'm proposing to build on will be 5,909 square feet, leaving the existing structure on a parcel of roughly 5,500 square feet. So I'm requesting a variance so that that can be approved so I can build. Yeah.
Are there any questions? Okay, we'll have you come back
Okay, sounds good.
after Parker talks. So Parker, I don't know if you and Rodney visited. I had some questions when I saw this from Rodney. Is Parker going to address the access to the back? Okay. I think we do need to hear on this one because it does have it's unique. Okay, Parker.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll try to be more brief. This is a variance. The proposed lots would be 5,589 and 5,909. Code requires 6,000 square feet minimum lot size. In the RS6 zone, it is surrounded by single-family homes on all sides. History, the lot was split in 2001. This is what it was previously, what it is now. So it's essentially a lot and a half. They're proposing to split it north-south. Property line would be 5 feet and 5.1 feet to the house. This is a street view of the house. The RS district, it's intended for low-density, single-family residential uses. The 1086, the code requiring 6,000 square feet. It also states in there that lots or parcels that abut city-approved private street or city-approved common driveway shall have 22 feet of frontage abutting that private street or common driveway. Such lots parcels shall also be demonstrated to have legal access connection via a city-approved private street or common driveway before we'll issue a building permit for them on said residential lot. There is no where in our code where it prohibits access from an alleyway. This is the only regulation that would apply there.
Say that again?
This is the only code that would apply to the access from, for a single-family home.
Because you said it is allowed or prohibited from an alley.
So Mayor, our code does not prohibit access from an alleyway.
Okay. So this maybe isn't the one we talked about then that I'm thinking, or it has, so they could access this parcel from the alleyway. So it does not require access through the other property to get to it?
Correct. Yeah, right. That's correct, Mayor. We talked about,
Thank you, I'll let you come forward, that might be better.
That's correct, Mayor. When we talked about it, we didn't know where the access was coming from. When I reviewed it with Parker, we found that there was access to the alleyway and then eventually to a public roadway.
Thank you so much, because that resolved it for me. Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay.
I won't go in extensive detail of the variance regulations. Their applicant is only granted to them upon showing of undue hardship due to the size, shape, dimensions of the lot, not for financial reasonings. It's to provide fair treatment. People aren't penalized because of the site characteristics. The comprehensive plan designates it medium density residential, which is 2.51 to 8 dwelling units an acre. This development would be 7.81 and 7.35 dwelling units an acre. The existing home and shed are both within 3 feet of the south property line. The home will need to meet building code regarding fire-rated walls, and the shed would need to be demolished as requested by the building department. Engineering requested that frontage improvements be in place upon development, and the utility service easement would be required. And as I stated, building would require the fire-rated walls for the eaves and for the wall that's 3 feet from the property line, and that the shed be demolished. I won't go into detail about the police report. They would recommend City Council to commit 0.01 additional officers. They received 2,888 calls in this reporting district. The top call type is a traffic stop. These are the conditions in your staff report. If you have questions of those, I can go over those. And any additional ones that you would like to add. The original staff report had different lot sizes for a previous record of survey, which they since adjusted. So these are the correct lot sizes. And I will stand for any questions.
Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So in an RS6 zone, there isn't a requirement to have frontage on a street?
Just from a public right-of-way.
So an alley would provide ADA compliance requirements as far as to get someone to the public way, as far as sidewalks out on the streets? So there's no requirement for there to be a path to the road for someone to walk. They'd have to walk down the alley to get to this house. It's not a traditional flag lot, obviously.
Being in a single-family zone, it's not a requirement for a single-family development.
I was just looking at the RS6, or the RS information, and it states 50 feet wide, but that might not be applicable here as far as road frontage.
The councilman, the 50 feet wide is for the lot size, not for the frontage. So the frontage requirement is the 22 feet. Whereas,
22 feet.
right. The lot size needs to be 50 feet at least.
And an alley complies. Okay. I look on you guys, I mean, you're the staff. It just seems awfully unusual to me.
Okay. There are no further questions. We'll step into public hearing, and I will say that there is no one signed up to testify other than the applicant. And so, is there anyone here that had intended to testify this evening? And seeing none, this would be an opportunity, Tyler, for you to come back and provide any closing comments.
So to just speak quickly on site characteristics, like Parker was mentioning, just driving through the neighborhood, you can see that there are other additional dwelling units in people's backyards that aren't there, or perhaps they weren't put there legitimately. And I can't really speculate on that just from in an official sense, but site characteristics, you know, we're in a really crowded neighborhood and it's growing and it's central to Nampa. So in my mind, it's a really good opportunity to build additional housing because the ground is there and it's available. So that's really my point for the site characteristics. As far as Parker's presentation or the city staff's presentation goes, I'm willing to make all of the concessions that they requested because I think he mentioned the shed and some other setbacks from the alleyway, and all of those are considered in the plan as well. So.
Did you say you were going to live in this building?
Yeah, I'm building it for myself, yeah. So, yeah. Any questions?
Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you all so much.
Thank you. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
May I move to approve the variance section 1086, requiring 6-foot minimum lot size for 512 South Elder, with conditions of approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the requested variance of section 10-6-8-6. Anyway, can't quite see what you see it. So it's been moved that we approve. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Munchy,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes.
Okay, guys, thank you for coming, and you're ready to go. Just continue working with the city building department. Thank you. Have a good evening. Okay, our next public hearing is item 6.4 on the agenda. This is an action item. This is the vacation of an approximately 322 feet by 5.45 feet, which is approximately 1,754 square feet, for a water main easement. This is a portion of 0 South Rising Sun Drive, and this is for Epic Development, Idaho. And I think our applicant is here. Thank you for coming forward, stating name and address.
William Mason with Mason and Associates for Epic Development. They were not able to be here tonight. I'm going to try to make this really simple so you guys can move on. In 2008, Fall River West was constructed and platted, and during that time, a water main was installed in this easement. In 2021, we platted Fall River South, which is a portion of Fall River West. And during that time, we determined that relocating that water main would work better for this new development. So we're asking for that 322 feet to be vacated. We have a design into the city engineering department for review. So I think we have everything covered, and we don't have any problem with the staff's conditions.
Thank you so much. And as you know, we'll have you back.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Rodney?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think this is going to be a pretty quick one, even if you hadn't asked of it. This was a pretty simple vacation. As you can see, the location on the property. BC, some RP and RS zoning in the area. Here's the aerial view. Here's their easement. There's the history that he already talked about. Applicable regulations allows you to grant a vacation. Here's the correspondence we received, basically that the water main would have to be moved to a new location, which that's what they're doing anyway. So staff analysis is we don't have any concerns at all. Conditions of approval are here, and here's a potential motion.
Thank you.
That was good.
Are there any questions? That was great.
Yeah, I'll take that one.
Okay, so no questions, thank you. This is a public hearing, and the only person that we did have signed up was Mr. Mason. And so, Mr. Mason, no closing comments? Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. I think it was Munchie, seconded by Haverhill. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, what's the will of the council?
It's your turn.
Motion? It's up there on the, if you can read it.
Mayor, I will make a motion to accept the vacation of an approximately 322 feet by 545. Hold on. All right.
I did this because you had a bike.
Do you know all the numbers?
You don't have to say them all.
Okay.
As stated,
To approve, as stated, the
I'll second.
vacation of 322 feet
with conditions of.
with conditions of approval.
You second that?
Seconded.
Oh, my goodness.
I interrupted her.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Whatever she's eating, she needs to pass it around.
I made elementary the master's class that you guys just put on. I'm so sorry.
She had a bite, so that's why I wanted her to make that
He
motion.
just wants a bite. Okay. Well, he wants his own. Excuse me. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Excuse me.
I like that.
I'm sorry.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Werner,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Machi.
Mayor, I'd like Mr. Mason to make all applications in the future public.
Make it too easy.
So it's really not that late, so I'm sorry I'm messing up so early.
But
Matt,
you've been here all
thank
day
you for
long.
joining us. So this is action item 6.5. It's a public hearing for the 2021 CDBG administration planning for the non-public service activities allocation.
Yeah, Council and Mayor Kling, it's a pleasure to be back up here tonight. Sorry, I'll try to be fairly quick in my comments on tonight. For the most part, it's straightforward. The memo should pretty much speak to the activities that we're applying for. In this particular year, we were fortunate, again, with the prior year's funding that we had available to fund. With all 8 applications that were provided to us, we were able to fully fund all, including all staff applications and then city applications, our internal CDBG program. So given all that, we did recommend funding administration and planning towards the cap of what HUD allows at 155,609.20. We anticipate not only in this current 2020 program year, but in the following year as well, we're dividing some consolidated planning expenses with consultant that we'll be working with across both fiscal years to minimize the overall cost because it is a little expensive. And we'll be doing that this year and next year. So that's why we're fully funded on admin. Normally, I think we can usually lower that a little bit, but this year we're requesting the full 20% just in case we needed it for the consulting fee. Other than that, I believe all of the city staff, parks and engineering, we are able to fully fund all 4 of their projects. And then as far as the community development staff activities such as the home repair loan program, the brush up Nampa and the sidewalk repair, we're recommending funding those all at very similar levels to last year with one major note, which would be in brush up Nampa. Because of the coronavirus, we were not able to conduct the normal brush up Nampa last year. And so we went out and did some lead mitigation with some of the funding we had available. And it was really successful. And it is a focus that HUD has. And so every year we turn down applicants because we can't use volunteers to work on their homes that have lead. And so a lot of the seniors that need paint can't get it. This year, I've just asked for some additional funding. I believe it was 20,000 added on to actually hire a contractor, a lead certified contractor to take as many as, we're hoping 2, maybe 3 homes that would apply this year that we could then assist where we couldn't otherwise and get those homes also completed as part of that senior paint or brush up NAMPA program. So that was the one major notable difference in the budgets. Other than that, everything is fully funded with prior year and current 2021 fiscal year or program year budget. So I'll let you ask any questions if you have any about the activities proposed.
Mayor, I do have a question on the home loan repair program, close to $150,000. So how many homes would you expect to be able to, as far as assist with 150,000? I realize it's a lot of different things, furnace, roof repair.
Yeah.
It depends on the repair.
A big chunk of that is, I believe it's around 46,000 is in staff salaries, benefits, and that could cut across multiple staff people. We have a part-time that does assist sometimes, and Krista, and then the remainder, what we typically have right now in that budget is 80,000 towards direct benefits. So that would be the money we can pay contractors to do the repair work. And so I fully expect to spend all of that money this year. I'm going to let Krista come up if you don't mind. She has some stats on that program, and she'd be better prepared to currently provide some of that. And she's been doing all the work. So
I guess my guess, and if I may, Krista, I can ask Krista the question. So are we getting more requests normally per year than what we're able to do, or is this something where we're going out soliciting?
Yeah, so Mayor and Councilman Brunner, I haven't been here long enough to establish a pattern yet of what is considered normal. This last year, we did have pandemic, more people stayed home. We didn't have as much outreach for us. We completed 5 homes this last year. This year, so far, we've already completed 6. We have 6 that are currently in process and expected to be completed. And then I have 3 additional applications that I haven't even had the chance to process yet. So we're on speed to triple our goal triple our output from last year. And our main goal this year is to absolutely run out of money. So we will help as many homes as we are absolutely able to.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Thank you.
It's actually a wonderful service. The other day I was out with Ferris with water doing the water meter installs, and we were talking about it. I think he's reached out and we talked about this particular program, and he said he'd have a flyer with him because he runs into people with tremendous needs all the time. And I know of a couple people over time that we've been able to help, and it has been a tremendous help.
Well, and it's and Krista, to her credit, doesn't. She works with a lot of folks that are, almost everyone we help has some sort of really constricted budget. But what she's been bringing to this program, which I love, is that she identifies places that isn't necessarily part of our program, but that she can help them figure out ways to better themselves. She's helped one gentleman go down and apply for the tax credit or property tax reduction, which it probably saved him $1,000 a year. But when somebody's on a fixed income, that's $60 to $80 a month, which is groceries for a week possibly for them. So she's been doing a lot of things. She has to walk them through all of those steps, and a lot of times work with them to actually go out and get the bids. And so she's been doing a tremendous job, and to be already on pace to, I think we put in there that we would shoot to get 8 houses done last year with this funding, and to have her already almost to probably double that, and we're only halfway through the year, I think is a tremendous compliment to her hard work. And honestly, I am hoping we run out. Given the cost of construction right now, things are just a little more than they normally are, and so the 80,000 may not go as far as we'd hope, but we truly do want to try to run out of money this year and then come ask you for allocate a little more if we have any available. So
Mayor, I just commend you. So you're talking about when the property reduction, you're talking about the circuit breaker for seniors? Is that what we're referring to?
Yeah.
And so thank you for being educated to that.
Yeah, she's been doing a phenomenal job.
I'm going to educate her more than some of our legislators are. So I appreciate it.
Maybe we'll send her to Boise. What do you think, Todd?
Thank you so much. Do you have anything else?
No, honestly, I think they're pretty straightforward projects. I think all of them so far are eligible activities that the city's proposed. So, I would
Council,
recommend.
do you have any questions at this time? Okay, this is a public hearing, and again, we have no one signed up to testify. Is there anyone here that would like to or had intended to testify this evening on this particular item? So seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
No discussion, I just want to say thank you. This kind of stuff really makes me proud to be a Nampa resident. When we can do a lot with, not a lot, to really help those who need it the most. And your team is really dedicated, Beth, and the example is lived out loud. And I'm really proud of all of you guys do.
And Mayor, and I commend you also, and you did speak, Matt, to administrative costs are going to be a little higher this year, but please always cut those so you can serve the people with the dollars as much as possible. Okay, thanks.
And I have to say, Beth, you and your team are doing an amazing job. And I see Tom standing back here. We had one use of the funds, I believe, this year that was a joint project that Tom helped tremendously. And this team stepped in, and it was really a sad situation. But because of having a team with heart, and because Tom was so welcoming, he was able to help, and our police even helped with notification, and then Tom helped, and Beth helped, and Krista helped, and Matt helped. And you know what? It took the team, but we made a difference in somebody's life. And that's what this is about. So I just want to say thank you, because we have an amazing team. I appreciate you guys working together. Thank you for all you do.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve the 2021 program year community development block grant allocation.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Hutchie?
Yes.
And Rodriguez?
Yes.
Before we go back to new business, I just want to note that there's no unfinished, thank you guys. Really appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you. There is no unfinished business, so since we just finished six on the agenda, 7 on the agenda will be done. 8 is just pending ordinances. So all we have left to do tonight, other than executive session, is moving back to staff report and then moving into new business items. So with that, we will start with Tom. Tom, if you don't, does anybody want a granola bar? Hey, Rick, would you grab the granola bars that are in the, do you mind? I'm sorry, if you don't mind, because, and then anybody sitting there, if you want one, you can. Sorry, because we've got a little bit of a meeting yet to go. Rick, thank you so much, and I'm sorry to ask you, but it beats me leaving the bench. Okay, Tom, thank you for the staff report.
Evening, Mayor, Council. Just 2 quick items on the staff report, and you have it in your packet. It's the automated readers. We're 70% done out of 33,000 meters, so we're making good progress. Our crews are installing these in-house. We're buying them and installing them in-house.
And can I comment on how amazing the crew is? That's the crew I went out with.
You had a photo shoot with it.
Yes, we did. I forgot about that.
Your orange suit on.
Yeah, I didn't. But you know what I have to say, in talking to Ferris, I was so impressed because of they used to, when they were reading meters, they would compete to see how many they could get done in a day. You know what their max was? 700. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Those guys were amazing. And I'm sorry, I had to take a drink, but that team, when they're putting their hand down in those holes, they're Black Widows.
Mm-hmm.
What they do is amazing. Excuse me, very.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's not easy work to get down in there, and sometimes those pipes are old and rusty and break off, and there's physical labor involved for sure. But anyway, you have a map showing you the location of where we're working. It's at the southern end of town. We like this program. It's one of the benefits will be real-time feedback on water usage. We'll be able to detect leaks sooner, which will be great. Sometimes we have an older system, and with this AMR, we'll be able to come up with water variance reports and contact customers if we're seeing some excessive usage, which could help catch a leak before it damages something. And then we can shift our, after these are installed, we'll have the less need for reading meters, and we can shift that staff to asset management and maintenance of the existing system. So, and that was it on the AMR, and then you've got your 2-page report on the Phase 2 upgrades at the wastewater plant. So we're getting really close to having the lab admin building done. In fact, we have an open house on Wednesday if you'd like to stop by and take a look at it. That's 5 to 7. And so Nate sent you an email about that. I think it was this morning, he sent that out. So that'll be, so glad to have you out if you'd like to take a look at it. And I think I'll just stop right there in interest of time. Is there any questions for me on the staff report? Okay, thanks.
Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to new business items. And the first item is the first reading of ordinance for amendment of Title VI, Chapter 1, which is disorderly conduct. And legal has reviewed this, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules with a summary of publication. Yep.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council amending Title VI, Chapter 1, Section 611 of the Nampa City Code pertaining to the amendment to the definition of disorderly conduct, adding a new subsection, providing for severability and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to pass the ordinance as read, also the summary of publication.
Under suspension of rules.
Suspension of rules, too.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Bauer?
Item 5.3 and then 5.4, and that it's a summary of publication that goes alongside, is the first reading of ordinance for amendment of Title VI, Chapter 1, the stop and identify. It is requested to pass under suspension of rules with the summary.
An ordinance enacted by the Nampa City Council amending Title VI, Chapter 1 of the Nampa City Code, adding a new subsection 6 to be identified as 6-1-6 pertaining to the temporary detention by a peace officer for identification purposes, providing a penalty, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, parts thereof in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules, and also to approve the summary of publication.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Bauer? Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Item 5.5 is also an action item, and this is the first reading of ordinance to amend Title II, Chapter 4, duties of appointed officials. And this is specifically for the Director of Development Services position. That it's been a while since we've discussed it. I think we're all, I'm in the right one, hopefully. It is an appointed position, so our actual ordinance did not have it listed as an appointed position, and we just needed to get it listed that this position will be appointed by City Council, not a higher independent of that. It is requested to pass under suspension of rules with the summary of publication as noted.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I was just looking through it. I thought that that position was overbuilding as well, but it's struck out in the ordinance. Page 370. Or maybe that's, maybe that's Public Works. Director, shall-
It's Public Works. What we did was, Public Works actually was incorrectly stated in the ordinance. The building reported up, and so we're cleaning that language up
Sorry.
while we're at it. Yeah,
I would have read it all. I probably wouldn't ask the question.
that's okay. I thought I had done it correctly, but I thought, well, maybe I missed it. So, okay, any other questions? Okay, go ahead and I'll let you read.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, amending Title II, Chapter 4 of the Nampa City Code to add the position of Senior Director of Development Services to the list of appointed officials for the the City of Nampa and provide for the duties of the Senior Director of Development Services as an appointed official, allowing for a summary of this ordinance to be published, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
So moved. Under suspension of rules with summary publication.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverford?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Item 5.7 has been removed from this agenda. We'll come forward at a later time. 5.8 is an action item. This is to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign a contract for the sidewalk local improvement district 170 project with Hess Construction in the amount of $96,195.55, and it has been approved by legal.
So move as stated.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.9 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a task order for the attached scope of work with Keller Associates for culvert replacement, FY21 project design services in the amount of $131,575. It's time and materials not to exceed. It is approved in the FY21 budget, and I do see that at our seat, we had the sheet.
So move again as stated.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.10 and 5.11 again go together. It is a first reading of ordinance annexing portions of the underlying irrigation districts into the municipal irrigation district of the city of Nampa. It is requested to pass under suspension of rules with the summary of publication.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, annexing portions of the underlying irrigation districts into the municipal irrigation district of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and changing the boundaries thereof, and directing the city engineer to alter the area map accordingly.
So moved.
Second.
Suspension of rules.
And summary publication.
Summary publication.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Machi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Bauer?
Yes.
Item 5.12 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a task order for a scope of work with Paragon Consulting for the Midland Boulevard and Lake Pole Avenue intersection project design and CEI services in the amount of $131,500, time and materials not to exceed. It is approved from FY21 budget, and 55% of this is funded through impact fees.
Mayor, I would like Jeff, if he may come up for a minute, please. It's yours, Jeff. Or is this Tom's?
It's actually got Daniel on it.
Oh, Daniel, man.
I think it may be Daniel's, or is it Tom?
So since it's not a roundabout, then it get moved to you. Just question, and you guys do such a great job. I'm a little wondering why this is taking so long. My understanding now it's going to be February of 2022 before we're actually going to see traffic start moving through this. Is there some reason why this has not moved quicker?
Well, there was definitely a delay when there was a contemplation on what type of intersection.
I know the
should be.
roundabout and all that. I'm
Yeah.
talking about after the decision was made. How long ago was that made? I should have looked back, but it's been several months.
Well, we've been collecting some comments from the public, and we just wanted to
Putting you on the spot, I know, Tom. but-
make sure that we were all on the same page. So yes, but we needed to get this contract in place, and part of the reason that it's going to take some additional time above and beyond the roundabout is the signal procurement equipment, because that's why it's going to push it out a little bit longer, because you have all that, they don't fabricate signal equipment just in the yard. Whenever a signal contract comes out, then you have to wait that additional time for it to be
I figured there was
so.
good reason. I just was curious why this had not come up before sooner than this. So this is.
Hey, Mayor? Any way it gets sooner, or is this like impossible? This is what it's gonna.
Mayor, Council Bauer, and as we say in the write-up here, we're still working on getting the right-of-way. So the right-of-way, we can't really go to bid until we get right-of-way done. That'll be midsummer is our best case to get the right-of-way. When we changed the design, that changed the footprint of the right-of-way. We had to go back and get new design plans and figure out what we need and start different negotiations.
I understand. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm going to make the motion that we approve this 131, get my eyes to focus, $131,500 for time and materials to Paragon Consulting.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Thanks, Tom.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes. I don't think chiropractor can help.
513 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the Midway Park Phase 2 design development, construction documents, and bidding services agreement with Jensen Belts in the amount of and not to exceed $195,250. This is funded by park impact fees in the FY21 budget.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Item 514 is, it's an action item, and it's really desiring the input of city council on a discussion regarding scooters operating in the city of Nampa. So Jeff, thank you for joining us and presenting tonight.
Mayor, just before he presents, has this been put out to any type of our citizens or anything, or is this just brand new?
Mayor, City Council, Councilman Brunner, we've had in-house discussions, and now we're presenting it to the City Council. So
And
as far as the
downtown
public,
business.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was really, and businesses, if they've been approached, okay. And so I think that you'll let us know what their feedback is.
Yes.
Thanks.
Go for it.
All right, Mayor and City Council, the write-up before you tonight summarizes some of the questions you might have with the scooters. It also talks about the BID's comments on the second page. So if you briefly go through those, we tried to hit the big ones that you might have. But beyond that, we've invited Bird Scooters to come in and do a quick presentation. It's about 4 slides to go through, and you probably have questions after that. But we have been working with them for the last couple of months as the staff, going through the proposal, and I think Bird has done an excellent job of kind of laying it out and being clear with all the details of it. So with that, Michael Cavato's on Teams, and he is going to present.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, Council, City Staff, I appreciate you allowing me the time to speak today. If you give me one brief moment, I will share my screen here. Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet. There you go.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. How's that?
Yep, you're good.
All right. So I am Michael Cavato with the Revenue and Partnerships team of Birdrise Incorporated. We are a shared electric scooter company. For those unfamiliar, the way that our system works is very similar to some of the bike share systems you might be familiar with. People will see our scooters either via the map functionality on a mobile application they download onto their smartphone, or within the community itself, scan it where they need to go, take it usually somewhere around 15 minutes away before hitting a button to end their ride. Somebody else will come along and do the exact same thing. It is a quick, clean, and affordable way of navigating a city, and it can help reduce some of the traffic congestion and parking issues that I have been advised can be a bit of a challenge within the downtown core. The way that we partner with cities comes obviously at no cost to the cities. Instead, what we do is partner with local members of the community, local small business owners, local entrepreneurs, to spearhead the day-to-day field operations. What this means is that we can create a small business opportunity for members within NAMPA, community members within NAMPA. The current national average for the take home for these individuals is a little over $70,000 a day, not a day, a year. So it can be a quite lucrative business. What this means is that the city can reliably turn to individuals who have a deep connection within the community and know that they are providing the best level of service possible. It also means that every single scooter is being checked on multiple times per day, usually every few hours, to ensure that there are no issues in terms of it presenting a nuisance, presenting a hazard, or being in a place where it's not likely to be utilized by a resident or visitor to Nampa. With Nampa specifically, as Jeff mentioned, we have had the opportunity to speak with the BID. For the initial starting point, I think approximately 100 scooters, despite the fact that Nampa could likely support a substantially larger fleet than that, would be a good place to start. Now, not all of these scooters would be active at any given time. The reason we present this number is because there does have to be a sufficient level of density for the fleet in order to ensure that individuals will see this as a reliable transportation source. In reading some of the staff report associated with the action item here today, I know that it says it starts with 25. That is accurate. I don't want to misrepresent things. We will do a rollout of 25 in our first week and slowly scale up to the initial 100 within the coming weeks following that. In terms of some of the benefits that these fleets can bring, 56% of our rides do end in front of a small business. I've already spoken about the primary economic benefit in terms of creating a new small business opportunity for multiple fleet managers within the community. Additionally, there is substantial secondary economic benefit. A study by Emory University released a few weeks ago showed that over a 6-month period, $921 per scooter was spent that otherwise would not have been spent within local small businesses, specifically within the food and beverage industry. This means that you can attract new business or new traffic into businesses, help stimulate the local economy, and provide local owners with another advantage. With respect to our technology, it is very sophisticated. We are the first company to offer shared electric scooters and are now one of the largest in the world, present in about 150 cities globally. The key highlights here that I'd like to specify are our parking management, which involves having users be required to take a photograph at the end of their ride to prove they have parked the scooters appropriately, reducing the likelihood of any kind of clutter. We have a real-time AI feature that can detect whether a scooter is in frame. If it is not, the user will be required to take a new photograph in order to ensure that they have parked the scooter appropriately. Not shown on this slide is also our helmet selfies feature, where if a user snaps a photograph of themselves at the end of their ride wearing a helmet, they receive a credit to their next ride. Another way we encourage safe riding behavior. All new users are required to go through a safety tutorial where they are taught safe riding behavior and proper parking etiquette. In the interest of keeping this brief, I will end the presentation here and ensure that I answer any of the questions that council may have.
Anything else?
We did speak to legal. They said the best way to move forward with this is through a franchise agreement. And the franchise agreement can stipulate the requirements from the city to Bird, and then we can step out of that agreement at any time. And so in talking to Joe Borden, Meridian went through this process. Currently, they're in Boise right now, so there's a lot of local references that we can call upon. So with that, that's the request, is the franchise agreement. But with that, you must have questions, so we'll open it up for questions.
Yes, I have a couple questions, maybe for you and for legal. I think I recall, wasn't there a death in Boise on a scooter not that long ago?
It's something.
So my question would be, how are we held harmless? And with these being downtown, do we anticipate if people are having adult beverages and hopping on a scooter, what's sort of the liability on the city potentially in some of those cases?
Madam Mayor, I addressed some of those questions there initially.
Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and go first and then let Bird comment as well. But Mayor and Councilmember Mucci, the way we protect ourselves there is make sure that the agreement includes things like indemnification, hold harmless, and defend the city from any claims regarding the use of those scooters. So we build that into the agreement, and that's where we provide our protection. Experience with the scooters themselves and how folks that may have an adult beverage or two use them, that's probably best answered by Bird.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. In order to mitigate the risk of an individual using these after they are intoxicated or when they do become intoxicated, we digitally shut the fleet down between the hours of midnight and 4 a.m. when the majority of such instances might occur. That does prevent most people who have had a couple of drinks from getting on these scooters and thinking it's a fun way to get home. In addition to any kind of indemnification language that might be included within a franchise agreement or operating agreement, I can say here to council, we can also add the city as an additional insured on our general liability policy, similar to what you might see with most right-of-way permits.
Mayor, on the BID, how many, I'm not seeing how many actually responded. I read these responses earlier, but I mean, how many, what's BID? I know what BID is, but how many actually have responded from a business standpoint? To me, that is crucial as far as how our businesses are feeling, and I do see where hopefully there's a way of getting out of this. If they, in 6 months, I saw that. Go ahead, Beth. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, we brought this to the board, the BID board, which has roughly, I guess, about 7 or 8 members. And Michael presented to them, and then I followed up at their last meeting last month and got kind of their concrete feedback. So it has not gone to their full downtown membership. It's just been the board of directors.
Thanks. And I'm not going to, personally, I'm not going to vote to move ahead of this until I do hear from the full body. Can I have one of you, Eric or Brad, can you come up and speak? I want to, from a police standpoint, if you've heard anything from Meridian or Boise or other municipalities as far as how's this working from an law enforcement standpoint?
No, I don't really have any feedback from them. No, I haven't.
Do you have any inclination? You've been at it a long time, and I know scooters are a little different than cars and trucks.
Well, I would have a question. You mentioned the fatality in Boise, but what other, how do you handle thefts and what other law enforcement interactions have you guys had?
With respect to theft, generally speaking, we don't report it. We have a very strong vehicle retention set of protocols that allows us to maintain the majority of our vehicles without having them vandalized, stolen, disappear. Moreover, with the size of fleet that we're discussing, it allows us to be incredibly high touch in the day-to-day management, further reducing the risk of any of these scooters going missing. As related to safety, as I know that is a primary concern, there's actually been multiple studies done with respect to e-scooters. The City of Portland, City of Austin, City of Miami, as well as the International Transport Forum, which is a collection of 62 different countries' transit agencies. Every single one of those studies found parity in the incident rate for injuries on e-scooters as the incident rate for injuries on bicycles, meaning e-scooters are as safe as bicycles. As related to fatalities, internationally, we're talking probably about 20 across, close to about 500 million trips taken. Within the United States, it's still in the single digits last I saw, although that was a couple of months ago, so that might have changed. Regardless, if that indicates that these are, generally speaking, far more safe than most people assume, I believe there is perhaps just because it is new, a little bit more prevalence within the media when an incident does occur.
And in our local communities, do you know how many complaints or types of complaints they get with regard to rider behavior?
With respect to rider behavior, I don't know offhand. Generally speaking, the more likely complaint would probably be a rebalance request, meaning somebody has left this scooter in an area that I'm not fond of. Could you please move it? For that, we have a 24/7 customer service line on the scooter itself, an email address, multiple social media accounts that people can use to get a hold of us, as well as a feature that only we offer called Community Mode. If you download our mobile application and use it, you can use it without ever being a rider to scan scooters, to photograph scooters, and report issues directly to our local team. As related to rider behavior, like I said, I don't have any stats immediately offhand. Having said that, generally speaking, I think like anything new, you might see a couple of weeks during the initial phase where there are some reports where people are complaining of nuisance or anything along those lines. We engage in some pretty strict rider education to help prevent a lot of those from occurring, as well as provide the city with an internal resources that all of the reports can be funneled to, so that we can make the appropriate adjustment on our back end, whether that involves re-education for the rider, suspension of account, termination of an account, et cetera.
All right, thank you. And those would be the concerns I would have.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Jeff, a quick question. One of the things we talked about was actually talking to NNU. Did you guys, were you able to reach out to NNU and see?
Yeah, Mayor, so we had a project meeting for the Holly Street corridor, and at the end of that meeting, we discussed this briefly. We talked to Carrie, I can't remember his last name?
Dr. Cook.
Dr. Cook, and just initially, they didn't have any comments about it, but that was a brief conversation.
And if I understand correctly, these can actually be programmed to be only used in certain areas. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll defer that to Michael. Mayor.
That is correct. Every scooter has an IoT device, basically a fancy GPS connected to something similar to a cellular phone. What that allows us to do is draw digital boundaries where the scooters can and cannot operate. If a scooter crosses one of those boundaries, it'll slow down to about 1.5 miles per hour, start beeping and flashing, and the user will get a notification on their phone telling them to return within the operational area. We will also get a notification on our back-end system when such things occur.
Mayor, I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion, and there's further discussion.
Can I have make a comment first?
Sure.
Jeff, as far as looking at where the area that these might be used, is it pretty much the downtown core? Is that the thought?
That was.
So I have a hard time visioning these things running up and down 12th Avenue, 16th Avenue, to get to the college, because we just don't have a lot of room for the cars even to give up lane, as far as on asphalt. Otherwise, we're talking about putting them on the sidewalks, which is problematic as well. So have you thought that through at all?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, we had a lot of discussions on that particular question. One, we don't have a lot of bike lanes in Nampa. The sidewalks are relatively narrow, even for downtown sidewalks. So that's some of the concern that was brought up. And I'll let Michael answer this because I asked him that specific question too, about what areas he's going to focus on. And a lot of that was downtown at NNU, but it's also going to be broader than that. And I'll hand it off to you, Michael, to answer that.
That is correct. Within the downtown area, there are a lot of parallel and perpendicular routes due to the very well built out grid structure as related to the old railway tracks. What that affords is the riders to have a lot of parallel and perpendicular routes that they can take without congesting some of the main arterial roads. It is better in most instances than class 2 bike lanes when you take a look at the research to have that available. When you get out of that downtown core where traffic is less prevalent, there's less of a concern, I think, in terms of these creating any kind of nuisance or creating any kind of issue along the streets. The scooters themselves should in general be viewed as analogous to a bicycle. That is generally what state law tends to dictate they be regulated like, and how we control the utilization of them. So they are capped at a maximum speed, and we can further reduce that speed within specific areas as well, so that they do not travel at a pace that might make people uncomfortable on sidewalks.
Mayor, follow-up question, Jeff. And looking at what was in the packet, it talks about fleet managers and overseeing the storage and the parking of these vehicles. One of the comments that was made by the Nampa Downtown Business Improvement District was that a good location for these would be Library Square or Lloyd Square. Those are city-owned properties that, don't these things need electrical hookups as far as to power them when they're not in use? And if that's the case, who's providing the power at those locations?
Okay, Mayor and Councilman, so we have talked about locations, and again, I'll defer it to Michael because he works with these local partners, and they have local areas that are designated, and they've been doing that a long time, so there's a strategy behind it. So Michael, can you answer that?
Absolutely. So no, we do not need to install any infrastructure on city or private private property. We operate on what's known as a dockless model. That GPS unit within the scooter allows us to control where the scooters can and cannot be parked, as well as create preferred parking areas. Our local fleet managers, those are the individuals that I mentioned earlier that we partner with, the small business owners, the entrepreneurs. Every single day, they are checking these scooters, they are deploying them, they are moving them around to areas where people are likely to use them. They are bringing them back to a central location so that they can be charged. That's where they are charged. Out of the public's eye or eyesight before being brought out the following day to be deployed. Allow me to be clear, this is not any gig economy as you might have read about. This is dedicated local individuals who have daily communication with Bird, whose sole responsibility is the management of the fleet.
So where would the central plant be?
We leverage the infrastructure that some of these individuals can bring. It's not fully established at this point in time, but certainly we can speak with city staff to provide more clarity when there is a firmer understanding.
Council, we can gather more information.
Michael, may I ask you a question, please?
Of course.
Have you deployed these in areas where there are significant transportation barriers?
Yes, absolutely. So ideally, as the fleet scales both in size and in capacity, certainly we want to make sure that we bring these to areas so that people who might otherwise have transportation difficulties can utilize them to get around. That does raise actually a very good point. We also have a number of community pricing programs to make them very affordable for a wide range of individuals. That includes 50% off for individuals who have socioeconomic challenges that qualify, 50% off for veterans, 50% off for senior citizens. We're also currently offering free rides for all frontline workers for the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic.
I think it'd be interesting in North Nampa. You could put a backpack on and make it to the store, where I think we have other challenges with trying to get to public transportation. I think from sort of that utilitarian purpose rather than recreation, it could also serve a different purpose.
Mayor Kling.
Absolutely.
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
If we're going to get involved in this business, shouldn't the city of Nampa put out to the news media that we are looking into the scooters program and that have other companies apply? Shouldn't we be doing that in view of fairness, or just go with this? I'm thinking that's what we ought to do. I'm relying on you, Jeff.
So, Mayor, Councilman, so that came up. I believe there's 3 companies working in Boise. I might be wrong, Michael, but Bird is the first company that's shown interest. Michael has let us know that there probably won't be interest from other parties. If there is interest, we get back to a separate franchise agreement, and we would work out the same franchise agreement and make sure that they're following the same stipulated standards that we want. One of the issues that, in talking to Joe Borton, was that when Meridian launched, they had a number of these different companies, and it was they had different scooters over their downtown area. And so with this startup, this starting out at 25 and ramping up is important, so we can get the feel of it. But this is the first time the council's hearing this tonight, but certainly there's going to be a public outreach and information beyond this. But this is the start of this conversation.
Actually, if we were to move forward, I think it's important that we start with a small pilot project, and that's what this would be, and then see how it works. I think we've tried to reach out to the downtown businesses, and Beth, thank you for your efforts on that, and Jeff, thank you for leading this as it came to our city, and so with that, we wanted to bring it to City Council and see what the thought is with City Council, if we want to do a test run. What's important is we do have a provider that's interested in our community. It is a test, and then it really comes down to the legal, working through that agreement and ensuring that if it doesn't work, and I'm sure for Bird, if it doesn't work, you guys, you know what, we all need to mutually say, we could try something, and if it doesn't work, then we'll mutually agree it doesn't work. But giving that opportunity to pursue and make sure it is a workable environment for our downtown. Initially I was not too interested. I I have to say, I didn't probably let you know that up there, but as I've listened more, I think, I don't know that there's anything really, I don't know if there's a huge risk to the city to allow our citizens the opportunity if they choose to participate. I may be missing something, but there's no cost to the city. It would get more costly if we decide to do an RFP and try to invite people, which we don't really have time for, I have to say. We're not trying to seek out, I think Beth would be very happy to say, please, let's not go out to an RFP type situation. If we have a company interested, then leave it at the will of the council.
Mayor?
Yes.
I love the idea. I've ridden these before on different downtown areas, so I think it'd be great. Our downtown they may love it. So, my opinion is try it out, see if it works. Don't let Darrell ride one.
It's golf carts.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, golf carts.
Is that a
I don't
motion?
know if I can handle a golf cart.
Councilman Brewer?
Yeah, I'll make that a motion. I'll make a motion to authorize Public Works Department staff to work with legal on franchise agreement with Bird Rides to operate scooters in the city of Nampa.
I'm going to second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
Mayor, I'm going to be a no, but I'm not necessarily a no down the line, but I want more feedback from at least more downtown area. I loved Councilwoman Mutchie's idea, if something like that would work on the north side. But I would want more feedback before even a test. So anyway, just FYI, I will be voting no.
Mayor Quinn, I concur with Councilman Bruner's position as well. I don't have enough solid evidence behind this to support it, so I won't be voting for the motion. Respectfully.
Actually, I have a question, and that is, would the agreement, we're authorizing Public Works Department staff to work with legal on an agreement. Would that final agreement need to come back to the council
Madam
for
Mayor,
approval?
I think that's our intention. This just says, go forward, negotiate a potential agreement, but bring it back to this body for approval. So this doesn't authorize final approval. This just authorizes discussion and bringing something back.
The next step.
Mayor Kling? Could that work to draft the agreement also include the downtown business outreach?
Certainly the broader BID group you're talking about?
Yeah, but I still want more
Councilwoman?
feedback before.
No, that's what I'm asking. They'd bring the feedback as part of the agreement.
But I'm not going to move on this now.
But the final agreement does have to come back to council, so it's just the question of, do we authorize this to move forward in negotiating? Is there any other discussion? We do have a motion to move forward. Okay, let's go to any further discussion. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
You know what, I'm going to trust my brother over there, so I'm going to support you, dude.
Oh, but not your sister.
Sorry.
I guess I'm not a brother for sure.
Bruner? Oh, my gosh.
So Bruner.
No.
Everfield?
No.
Mucci?
Yes.
And Bauer?
Yes.
You just want more business. Yeah. Oh, snap.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City
Thank you.
Council.
Good job.
Thanks. Michael?
Thank you, Michael, for waiting up, doing this late. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we're ready for 5:15. This is an action item to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign a task order for the attached scope of work with parametrics. This is for State Highway 16 South Connection. Good night, guys. Good night. Study in the amount of $220,000. Time and materials not to exceed, and it is approved in the FY21 budget. Would council like Jeff and/or Tom to come forward on this?
I'll make a motion to approve, Mayor.
And I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Everfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Item 516 is an action item to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign the contributed funds agreement with U.S. Department of Interior Bureau, of Reclamation for the Nampa Recycled Water Project in the amount of $39,700, time and materials not to exceed. This has been reviewed and approved by legal and is approved in the FY21 budget.
Great investment. Yes to this motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Mucci,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Brunner.
Yes.
And Nate, thank you for waiting all evening for these two items that, fly by. Thank you. So item 517 is another action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution authorizing the public works director to sign and submit the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation, WaterSmart, title, whatever, water reclamation and reuse projects grant funding application. This has been reviewed and approved by legal.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Mucci,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
And our last action item of the evening is 518. This is a 6-month extension of a conditional use permit for a public storage development at 0 East Locust Lane. This is southeast of Southside Boulevard and Locust Lane intersection. This is for the BC zoning to allow for public storage units and a restaurant for Linda Claiborne. And this is extending her conditional use permit until October 21, 2021.
So move as stated.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Second.
Who wants to claim that second? There were two.
Give it.
I made the motion.
Darrell moved, Jean seconded, or Victor.
Either way.
Victor third.
Okay, roll call.
Mucci,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Brunner.
Yes.
So that concludes our new business section. We've gone through every other item on the agenda this evening, with the exception of executive sessions. I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061 to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 742006A1A and B of Idaho Code.
So moved.
Is there